Hello, hello. Let's get going. As we do, welcome in. Welcome in. It's my thumbnail. And then, don't need to show you that. Just unloaded on YouTube. What's going on? How you doing, man? I'm doing pretty good. Just doing my thing. It is Monday. It was daylight savings yesterday. We lost an hour, so everyone's tired. And is that Elf single? Her name's Riyin, and we're going to work on her a little bit. We're going to do a little bit of pixel art today after I drink a little tea here and get warmed up. Should I put her? I drew that yesterday. I originally drew it in a sketchbook. And then yesterday I redid it in pixel art and colored it. And there's a few things I want to do to edit it. And then we're going to piece together the dialogue mock-up that I have here. Because this is going to be for the trailer to show like what the dialogue system's going to look like. But yeah. This is the first reveal of Riyin, the druid. You know how it is. All elves are hot. Just chilling? Sounds good, man. I'm just chilling too. I'm just kicking it. It's been a busy few days. So I'm tired. But as always, there's a lot to do. I'm trying to get the material together to put together like a temporary trailer for the game. And we're very close. Very close to having that. And so tonight we're just going to be jumping around doing stuff. You got a cold. That sucks. Sorry to hear it. Make sure you drink lots of water. So I drew this, I drew Riyin. I drew her yesterday on the iPad. And here I got her on the Wacom and we're going to fix her up. So a few things I want to fix about the picture. Just some minor tweaks, minor edits. And then I need to finish the animation of the text coming in. I did design her outfit. I hope it's okay. I hope it passes vibe check. Just finishing up some ginger tea here. Some biscottes. Just to get me in the streaming mood. I've been hyper stressed. So I've been like releasing these shorts, and I have ridiculous shorts that I've been releasing on TikTok and YouTube. They're absolutely ridiculous. Because my sense of humor is very juvenile. That's just the way it is. It is what it is, guys. I have just unloaded. I have. Tonight I actually ate some elk. For the first time. Never tried elk before. It was good. It was good. Good. But if it's stressing you out so much, you can always take a break. No use if you're a fumbling mess. I don't know if it can be helped, good sir. Look, with every project comes a level of stress because I want it to turn out good. I want it to be good. I'm trying to ascend. I'm trying to grow. And it takes time and experimentation. And I'm doing it all very publicly. So it's very, there's just extra pressure from that. So it's quite natural. It's quite healthy. Quite normal. It's no big deal. Whoa, that's a really throwback background. So I want to there's just a few like minor things I want to edit about this picture. Like expand her head a little bit. And then just kind of randomly toy with a few things. And then we have to redo that animation in the dialogue mock-up, but it's all good. It's all taking baby steps. I'm thinking we might try to implement the meteor strike today, but I wanted to revisit it. I've really been thinking a lot about whether or not I should commit to trying to minimize how much blur effect I do. And I'm wondering if I should try to do, I kind of want to experiment with doing a trail on the meteor that has no blur on it. Just to see how it vibes. You want to try elk? Is it like steak? It's like, I don't know, it's like buffalo. It's very lean tasting-ish. Ish. Emphasis on the ish. Because it's still like a red meat. Is what it is. It was good. I don't know if I'll ever get it again. Like, I don't really care. Just felt like trying it out. Bow. But I got this list of things I want to get done to put together, piece together more of a trailer and get something up on Steam. And I'm almost through the list. That's kind of what I'm doing today. Just jumping around, trying to fix stuff up. What's up, Orshi? Yeah, we got a little booba today. Drawn Marion. You want to try? Yeah, you should try elk. It's worth checking out. Hello, Dova on TikTok. How you doing, man? You're my first TikTok chatter ever. I've streamed a few times on TikTok and everyone's always been really quiet. I think people are afraid of me on TikTok, but you shouldn't be afraid. I'm just chilling. I'm talking to all kinds of people. We got YouTube's people and Twitch people. McCory, how you doing, man? That isn't pixel art. That is just art. Me eyes are blessed. It is pixel art. Because if you look, it's all pixelated. Oh shit. I'm trying to like scrape off this smudge on my Wacom here. I really do tend to draw my women super voluptuous, and I'm trying to dial it back a little, but it's just my my go-to, I guess. I don't know. Come on. I'm ruthless. What can I say? But this is your friend, your partner. She's a druid. And she is the one who binds your soul to the tree. She's the son of a bitch. Just kind of experimenting lightly with some proportions here. Maybe the size is a little small. It's weird, like, translating traditional art to, hey, we already listened to this. Let's see. Gotta pick our real music now. Definitely gonna go game music tonight. Game music tonight. Man, I was kind of in that vibe, though. What's up, Lamine? Lamine? No. Game music, you say? I don't even know what that means. Here, I'll try to pick the gayest thing on this list. You ready? Are you ready? Can you handle it? There you go, buddy. We like it all. It's just happy. All right? Just happy. Just good. Leminen. Leminen. Lemnien. Lemnien. Oh, I 100% will botch that. Even with practice. Means music with a pep in its step. Which likes its toast buttered in the wrong side. I was born ready. Is this yours? Indeed. What are you asking? Is the art mine? Because it is. This is for a game I'm creating called Woods of War, which is available for wish listing on Steam. And I'm trying to get enough material together so that I can actually create a trailer, because there's no trailer on the Steam page yet. So I feel like a bum. But it just is what it is, because I haven't built enough of the game to have like enough footage for a trailer. But I feel like I'm very close to having something. And one of the things I wanted to show in the trailer was Riyin. She's your ally. And she is a druid elf. I'm asking if you are musically talented as you are artistically. I am musically inclined, yes. Zoom out and she loses her innocence. Well, she is like 200-year-old elf, so what do you expect? My game is a tower defense, and there's a little little bit of a dialogue system, and it's there's not like a ton of that, just a little bit. Let's see, this needs to be moved up just a little bit. Even these out slightly. Yeah, but my philosophy is that of like the 80s mentality, which is all the dudes are ripped, all the ladies are hot metal babes. And that's just the way it is. It's despicable. And I'm okay with that. Because honestly, it's really not that bad. Just enough to sell the tower defense mechanics. Your view count is about to skyrocket. I respect your decrepitude. Honestly, I don't think it's that bad. This is like the worst of it. But she is a little bit not... It's not fitted very well. So I think we can make her fit a little bit better into her outfit. Yeah, I originally took a little bit of liberties here from the original sketch. Now that I'm looking at it, I'm gonna try to fix it. But unfortunately, I already have like a ton of shading and stuff here. We gotta migrate with it. I'm just trying to capture the original sketch as best I can. And it is tricky. Let's see, that's gonna be alright. Work in progress. Dun, 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 dun. Is Winnie the Pooh the perfect music to be listening to while I'm doing this? If you're on Twitch, you can hear my what I'm playing on Spotify. Yeah, this part needs to go higher over here. This part. I think we need to bring this down.
Come on.
It's like pixel surgery here. Yeah, it's getting better. Can confirm, should be off, but I admire your skill. Until next time. Thank you for the follow, man. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed your stay. We're going to be on for quite a while. There's lots to do tonight. But I'm probably going to be mostly doing animation. And just like mock-ups of things. Let's see, actually, let's do that. Yeah, I've been looking forward to getting this portrait done for a while. Because she's like, you know, one of the main good guy characters. To this point, we've mainly just been seeing portraits of the bad guys, basically. It was like the first good one. Basically, I am trying to dial back her cleave like slightly because I was like initially went kind of nuts with it. And it's not what was originally designed. It's so weird drawing in pixel art sometimes because like you have to, when you move stuff around like this, it's just like, it's very strange. You have to repair all the damage you did. Dee-da-dee-da-dee. We're also going to need to extend the other portraits as well. So now that I'm pushing the portraits down, Bum, 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 bum. Dun, dun. What's up, Blitz? Who's the cutie? Pixel art is great too. Thanks, man. Ah, shucks. If you're asking about the character, this is Marion. She is the druid, the infamous druid that made it all happen. She's the reason why the tree is alive. I'm gonna try to keep the layers on the right here to help me keep centered in the screen. So I don't draw off screen like I usually do. How you doing, Blitz? Very Zelda-esque. Well, she's an elf, after all. Her name is Marion. And she's going to be talking to you throughout the game, asking like how you're doing and giving you spells and stuff. I wonder if I should downplay the highlights a little bit. It's like a very busy banded gradient. Good. Time change is fucking me up. I ended up going to bed at like 4 in the morning last night. So you're trying to adjust. Got a mini golf date with my GF. It's got to be in bed soon, but I thought I'd stop by beforehand. Well, welcome in, man. Hopefully we can show you out. Today's just going to be a chill stream for sure. Just trying to get materials together to put out a trailer for the game. Some sort of basic representation of what the game is. And I've been working on the original music for it as well. And I really need to produce the music soon. Because I'd go really well in the trailer. So I might be trying to do that soon. But I think I might just use... I have some like open license stuff, music that I purchased that I'll probably use. But honestly, it'd be better with like the music that I made specifically. Ads. Not disgusting ads. Okay, you're back. Anyways, if you need a composer for some music, I can maybe come up with something for you. You're not the best songwriter, but you can probably pull it off. Well, maybe you should just do it as an exercise, you know, like pretend like you're writing a song for my game, but keep it for yourself. But like use my game as like your subject. Sometimes when you put a subject in front of you, it's a great it's a great way to compose while feeling more dissociated from what you're creating. Because I think when you're writing songs that is really personal, it can get really muddled with how you feel about it. But if you write something for like a game or something that's outside of you that you don't really have a lot of stake in, it's a great exercise to basically just think of it more technically, you know? You're going to be more brutal about it. So yeah, I would recommend giving it a shot. But I've already got like a tonality that I'm going to go for. So I already know, you know, kind of like the essence of what I want. It's just a matter of actually sitting down and producing the music in FL Studio. I was very tempted to just like open up GarageBand and bang something out that way. But I'm resisting. I just need to put in a little bit of time and I'll be able to do it in FL Studio. I actually cracked open FL Studio today to put in a little bit of de-essing on one of my shorts. And it was just like, sometimes you just, from when I am getting started in a program, I just do little things like that and it helps me kind of break into it. I need to go full on though. It's time. Oh, Marion. What a babe. Oh, what a babe. Give it a shot at some point and come back to you when I come up with something. Yeah, sounds good, man. I'd love to hear it, see it posted in Discord and check it out. Love to hear it, but it'd be good exercise for you. So it'll be your music. I think her shoulder's a little bit messed up here. So let's do a pseudo layer and think about this for a second. So she's got this long ass neck. Really should be cut off like right here. She's got shoulders coming out this way. So this is too high. You're calling to here, leave the tab open. Thank you for the alert, man. Appreciate it. Hope you have a fun session golfing tomorrow with the lady. And rest well, my friend. Rest well. Which means this is probably... We can push this down a little bit. Nag, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. And Stephanie as well. Welcome in, guys. Let's move this down. Thanks for the good vibes. Hope you're having a good day. He's actually going to go down like this. Wrap it around. We'll wrap around. Liked her lips better before. Let's see what else. We leave tonight. What's going on? Midnight Tree Man, that's me. All right. Elven Lady, noticing the highlights. My glasses project onto her boobs. Excuse me, mister. Yeah, I toned it down. Initially, I was going for like a really stark contrast and like between highlights. Then I decided to really just tone it down because she's in the forest, a lot of open shade. So yeah, going with this one. Just a little refinement, cleaned it up. I think she looks good now. Good balance. Nice facial features, nice symmetry. I'm always giving them big noses. I don't know if I should try to give her like a pointier nose instead of this rounded. I think she's cute. All right, so I have to animate the text as if it's being typed in, and currently it comes in chunks. So let's add those extra frames. You ever see the Molly Malone statue in Dublin? It's a bronze statue that people rub the poops for good luck, so they are still shiny. It looks like that. Is that how she looks? This is my own character design. I sketched Marion a bunch of different times. The only thing that kind of remained consistent between all the different sketches was her hairstyle. And this face and body was like, each time I drew her, it was like slightly different. She had a slightly different personality, but more or less it was this. Honestly, in the original sketch, she had like less voluptuous lips. So I wonder, because I'm trying to like go back to the original sketch as much as I can. Can't hurt to experiment here. Honestly, I like her better without it. With like the thinner lips. She seems more like, I don't know. Less sexed up, I guess. I don't know. Hair is voluminous. Of course it is. So let's see. So you can see the difference here. Big lips, little lips. Because I want her to be like slightly nerdy. Not like sex on a stick. little bit of that energy is okay. But, yeah, I like that better. Another screaming song, huh? Shut up. Had enough of your screams. I know We Leave Tonight loves the screams, but let's see. Shouldn't elves have pointy cone boobs like Madonna to match the ears? Last boob joke. I don't know, man. I suppose like elves are kind of depicted. It just varies. I see all. I mean, like if you think about the girl from like Delicious in Dungeon, she's more natural looking. Oh my God. Is my OBS about to crash? Are we here? Are we okay? Jeez. It's freaking out. What am I running? All right, let's see. So toning down like the big lips is kind of the thing. And I did honestly give her more of a pointy nose. Maybe I should try. Give her that. Elves do tend to be more pointy, slightly. I don't know. I kind of like the rounded vibe though. I like the rounded vibe because she's gonna be like your buddy, you know? Did you see the Suikoden remaster? The Suikoden elves have pointy ass noses. Damn, just a few pixels. Some changes. Yeah, it does. Exa, thank you for the follow. Honestly, my original sketch I have here, like this doesn't like fully represent it. I made her eyes in the pixel art here like slightly bigger, and her nose I had like a little bit sharper, and then her lips, I guess one thing I did with her lips is make it a little bit bigger. And I like this nose, but if I was gonna try again to do the original nose here, thing is, I didn't want to make her like too happy in the portrait as well, because this has to work for like both like happy and serious moments. I mean, I guess I could do like an alternate sketch or alternate portrait for different emotions, but I want to try to avoid that if I can. Can give her here, I'll do a new layer and we'll do serious angry version. Some more koi. Let's see. We give her like a bit of a confident look. That could potentially cover all our bases. But I was kind of thinking of her character as like a gentle character. Because she's a druid, you know, she's like a nature caster. No. I think I just need to change the soundtrack. Listen, that's enough. Witcher. Richer. What now? Like, I like this look for, like, perhaps a moment, but, like, this look, she's sweet, and she could also be, like, worried. So perhaps I'll use, like, both expressions, but, like, I think in this particular one, when she's, like, trying to talk to you, like, in the dialogue that I'm making here, she's like asking like, do you remember me? And so I'm thinking she's going to have more of a compassionate look in her eye for this particular scene. But I think, you know, we'll do like probably a few different looks depending on like what the dialogue is. But I do like her getting kind of like saucy, you know? L2, what's going on? So we'll go with this one for this particular scene. Okay. I find myself going back and forth on the lips. Let's see how we feel about the. Yeah, she's got to be more tight lips and sharper features. I think me felt like on myself going back and forth on this. I kind of want to give her the tude. Because I feel like... it's more flirtatious, even though she isn't necessarily like a partner for you. She's more like your, you know, your partner in, as like a soldier, you know, as a caster. But there isn't any reason why we can't put a little bit of that energy into it. Okay, never mind. I'm gonna just stick with it. Like so. I thought like maybe I needed to move her lip up, but it changed her too much. Yeah, I like her better this way. Thinner lip, sharper nose, and you know, it's more elf-like. And then we can use the angry look, more flirtatious look at some other point. But this is like going to be more introduction. Right, okay. So now we got to do the animation. The old slide in. Nope. Looks like I already cut her ear off. And she hates it. Who wants their ear to be cut off? Nobody. People like their ears. They're for listening and picking your ears, and for growing obnoxious hair. Especially the women folk. They're all out there growing obnoxious hair. Oh shit. And the final one. All right. We've got our Riyin. Now, I've been going back and forth on whether or not I should put her in green or blue. And I just decided that blue I just needed a character to be in blue. That was nice. That was good. I just felt like this game overall, since I've been designing spring, that I've been going crazy on the green. And it's just like, I need some other colors, even though she's got green eyes. I'm like, fuck it. I want to see a blue outfit. So we went blue. All right, let's get this text mapped out. Looking good. Let's see. All right, where are we in the... Gotta do remember. I was going to wait till I actually programmed the dialogue system to show this stuff, you know, because I, like, sitting here animating this, like, is ridiculous. But at the same time, I don't have it built yet, and I got other priorities before I get to it. But I'd like to show that it's going to be in. So I don't know in the end if it's going to look exactly like this. In terms of how it animates in, how even the dialogue box looks, but it's kind of my initial concept. It's probably how it's going to look. And then I was playing with that other concept of having the grimoire book show up for enemy types. But then I realized as I was working on it that there's going to be scenes that you wouldn't have the grimoire like showing dialogue. That's just plain old dialogue. You just wouldn't. Oh, no, she says. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Love this. A little of that. Be interesting coding this because I'm gonna have to break up the text into each individual line, into each individual character rather, and that's gonna be it's gonna be a struggle. We're almost there. I'm going to speed up the timing on the text, but yeah, we got a few more. So this one. So it's all in the name of the trailer. Just having this little thing in. Pretty much that's what we're doing tonight. We're just going to be staging stuff for the trailer. But I was considering that the meteor might look best inside the actual game. So we might end up just coding that, finishing the art. But I also wanted to experiment with getting away from the blur effects on the meteor, just to see if the tail would look interesting without it. But I've already committed to using the blurs on a lot of the cards and particle effect stuff. I'm okay with it in most parts, but I think for the specials that generally wherever I can, I'm going to try not to use blur. But that's only if it looks good to me. I don't know. So I just wanted to experiment with it before I make the littler comet, or meteor rather. But all we need is the smaller one, and then we just need to code it. I do want the dialogue in the game to be very just down to earth, nothing too pretentious or verbose. I just want it to be, I want it to give a bit of a personality, but quickly. You know, I don't want it to be like this long diatribe thing where you're stuck in dialogue forever. Just kind of be like momentary quips and stuff. So I don't even know if like this is going to be real dialogue or not. Whoops. But it's somewhat on like lore, so I can go for it. Go for it. Go for it, go for it.
Come on.
And Maul, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good night. We're almost there.
Come on.
Ebo, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Almost there, last word. This is going to be tricky timing it with the waterfall in the background. Okay, let's see. Tell me we got 28 frames before we started writing. No, I didn't. Damn. What's up, Ebo? Happy to see an SDL2 streamer. You want to pick it up as this far? You've only used Raylip? Yeah, I like it. And I do intend to switch to SDL3 at some point, but I am waiting for support on SDL image and SDL text. Whoa. Not actually in the waterfall? There's no way I would have let that pass. I did let it pass. How can this be? After midnight, it's Chrono Trigger's 30th anniversary. Really? Have you been on a real Chrono Trigger kick lately?
Come on.
Shat yourself, thank you for the follow. The frog agrees. Thanks for the wish list. Pulling up the wish list link. Thank you for the awesome stream. My pleasure, my pleasure. We got people chilling on TikTok with us, as well as people on YouTube. And the chat that you see on the screen is coming from Twitch. So we are connected through all the multiverse. Just hanging out. All right, let's get back to the dialogue system. I do need to save this out though. So this is just the bare bones of what actually goes into the animation. All right, let's save this out. A little sprite sheet. Look at that big old sprite sheet. Cool. Save it out. And also, so we save, then I gotta crush it so that we can put it over into the dialogue. A little flat. Flatten it up. Just faster to do this than to actually try to repair how I messed it up when I was adding the text. So let's see. Delete all that. You can't really see too much of what I'm doing here on the talk. Just helps me to keep the dialogue off to the side, or the layers off to the side, so that I can make sure not to do any work that's like off screen. Oh, it's the wrong BG. I mean, doesn't matter too much. But here, do I have it here? I do have it. It's just a little bit more polished. Select this. Delete the excess. Smash it. Grab it. Just delicious highlights on the rocks there that I can't live without. All right. So now we have the animation in the background. So I wanted to like speed the animation up, but if I do only in certain spots, then the waterfall is going to look messed up. But it won't matter because it'll be like isolated because we're going to be focused on the text. I think. Here, let's open this up again. So here you can see full picture what I'm doing. So I want to speed up the timing so the text isn't like flipping forever to like animate in. As a pixel artist, you try to change your pixel count every year. It's your New Year's resolution. So what do you mean? Are you saying you're trying to do like bigger sprites, or what kind of stuff are you up to? We just finished doing Riyin here today earlier. Did a little polish on her today, and so for those who don't know how to speed up frames, if you can see my cursor over here, I'm in the timeline, and I might make like this a practical tips video. So you just right click and you get your drop down menu here, and you hit frame properties, and then right here you get this little window. And this says how much milliseconds per frame you'd like to spend. And I want it to go faster. It just sucks the waterfall is going to look fast for this. So we're gonna just try to speed everything up by like half. So I'm gonna say only 50 milliseconds per frame. And if the intro still looks a little like strange, like as in the waterfall goes too fast, then I might like make it slow in the beginning and then fast when the text comes in. So now it's 50 seconds per frame. Let's see, let's get the sizing right. Let's see. Oh God. Waterfall's frickin' hyperdrive back there. I like the text speed. You can't do like one and the other, like unless I made like perhaps a PNG. When I actually put it into the game, I'll be able to like uniquely time each one separately. That's not a big deal. But so I need to find a way to make it work for both. One option could be, what's up, Timothy? How you doing? Good to see you, man. So, you see a cute elf girl? Yeah, man. Well, I'm trying to do like this dialogue system, but this is like an example. It's like a mock-up of the dialogue system, so it's not actually constructed in the game yet. But yeah, this is Riyin. Look at her face! Look at her. We drew her today. She originally existed as a sketch in my sketchbook. Would you guys like to see the sketch? Let me see. I don't think I put the sketch on the drive. I can show it on camera though. It's going to be harder to see it. You guys see the sketch right there? That's what it's based on. That's what it's based on right there. Can't really see it too well. I know it's not even sharp. But that's like something I drew by hand, pencil sketch. And then I brought it into Resprite on my iPad and tried to trace it as much as I could. But once you take a picture of a big old sketch like that, and then you like scale it down, it's like you lose a lot of detail, and it just kind of becomes like a deformed version of its original thing. So you're still kind of guessing. Even though I was kind of tracing to try to get the proportions similar, I still had to make a lot of creative decisions to like bring it into where it's at. So but anyways, I'm producing text hard drawn in Sprite. Foot, no, this is just a mock-up. I'm doing this for the trailer because I haven't built this, I haven't programmed this in the game yet, and I wanted to put something in the trailer right now. Because I'm trying to piece together like a very simple trailer to kind of express the different elements of the game. And this was the fastest way to do it. You know, it was like annoying to do this. Oh, looks like we got to fix the tail end of it. Oops. That was the wrong layer. Text is getting messed up here. And then I have like the little space bar to like indicate that you click the space to continue. All right, so there we go. Here's the full animation. Slides in. Marion's like, "Do you remember me? Oh no, we're out of time. Here, take this grimoire." Did I? Oh, I think I undid the timing. It looks like it's slow again. Yeah, I undid it. Shit, I hope I didn't undo anything else. So I think what I'm going to do is save out 2 GIFs. One GIF is going to be the fade in with the I think I'll actually only have the text be quick. So we'll save 2 GIFs and I'm going to try to smash them together later. So like we'll start with trying to make just that GIF. All right, so I'm gonna save that GIF out. Export as a GIF. I'm gonna call it text export. Cool. What's up, Warlock? How you doing, man? And then we will do and maybe I should just do it separate. Okay. I decided I'm going to put the title. Oh, no, that shouldn't matter. Okay, never mind. So we'll hide the body on this one. So for this one, we got to time it differently. So I'm going to change the frame rate back to 100. So now it's more like natural, like timed. Whoops. Looks a mess here. We got to move this. That's why I got to move the layers just off the edge of TikTok screen so that I don't like cut this shit off. So there. A little more gentle on the slide in. So let's save that out. And then I'll combine them in the video that I put together for this. Oh, you know what though? I am gonna have to save this with just the text because I don't want to have to deal with cropping it. That wouldn't be too hard, but we're just gonna do it like this anyways. Do it. Good morning, Coden. How you doing, man? I can imagine you're basically using 1 frame per letter. No, I am, yes. With a little bit of like extra frames for like somewhat timing. You know, like I'm gonna have to like put in a thing in the code to like put beats so that timing beats so that I can chill things out. Hold the sketchbook above head and run at camera. That will focus it. I'm sorry I missed that earlier. It's a joke. Resolution pixel count got dumped. I didn't see that either. Is your shirt trying to incite a revolution? What do you mean? My shirt's awesome. It's got all the pixel art characters from Mario. We got Goombas. We got bloopers. We got Hammer Bros. Superstar. I mean, everyone loves a fire flower. All right, so that's saved out. So let's review. So I can't show you guys the finished product because like, I mean, this is what it'll essentially look like, except the text won't be this slow. It'll be the sped up one combined with the slow background. But yeah, so that's it for Riyin. So we're going to move on to the meteor storm. We got to do the meteor shower. And then something I'll do like later off stream will be getting the rest of the leaves in the background animating, because there's someone, I'm just gonna pull some leaves off the top of the tree and put them on the side because there's some like leaves behind the waterfall that look like shit. So I want to replace those with some that where I did a much better job. Out of the like thousands of leaves that I drew, some of them were kind of butt. Because I was doing it for hours and hours, and some of them were a bit of a miss. So, but yeah, we got her. I think Riyin's cool, man. I'm glad to finally introduce her to you guys. She's been in my sketchpad for a long, long time. And I was like, haven't changed her for a while. I've like been really, really down for like her look for a good while. So it's been good. Doing good. Finished last prototype version yesterday. Ooh, awesome. Going to try to get into some friends' friends' hands. It also means that it's art time, exciting, but now it's day job game dev time. Oh. Okay, so I mocked that up. The other thing that I was considering mocking up via this stuff was the other dialogue, which was the witch. Whoa, why is that so weirdly timed? Oh, it's gonna be all messed up because I added all the extra frames for Riyin. Did I save another version of this where she was all set? You know, let me see if I can find one that isn't all jacked up like this one. Nope, that was the only version I saved. Oh well. So the idea is like the book comes in and Stormcaster shows up. This is like when you're meeting like a new enemy. So like it'll say like a new enemy title and then you get this reveal of the character of the enemy with their like a saying that they might have. And I'm considering that it's like in the history, it's like in the grimoire, so it's part of like the history. And I thought that it'd be cool to have that potentially. But why, oh why did I not save this out before I did all those letterings? You know what we could do? We'll save this out as version 2 and see. There's no way that there's enough undos to undo this all. But we're going to try. So we're going to save this as version 2, as is. And then I'm going to see if I can't back all the way out. There's ways that I can still repair it, but we're going to go back in time. I think we had enough. I think we had enough. All right, so let's see. Looks a little bit messed up. What is this? Is that Riyin? All right, we're going to save this as version 3, caster. So now we have them both saved. Looks like it does stall for a second there. Yeah, right there. Can delete that frame. So the grimoire pops in, and then we see like we see stats about the enemy, and we get their quote. And hers is, "Your bones will sizzle and crack when I'm through with you." And I also wanted to make sure that this text comes in individually. But if I was going to put this in the trailer, I would want to see some sort of art, some official art around the edges of the pages. So should we like spend more time to actually make that? I did kind of sketch out some stuff before that I think I just deleted. Or did I just hide the layer? Yeah, I did this stuff. So I added like some temporary like stuff on the edge. The only thing I liked was this like little skull. But I need to really clean it all up if I was going to keep it. Why don't we take a little time and do that, because I may want to keep this. So this one I did not like. It could be consistent from page to page, potentially. So I like a lot of what this is doing, but I like the skull. So I want to combine these two ideas. So I'm going to take this whole page. Here, let's delete some of this stuff, leave the skull in. Here, I'm actually going to move the skull out. So I'm going to do is like copy this one from the left side, and then I'm going to leave the old one there so that I can keep sort of the essence of it in a way. Had a certain flow to it. So then I want to like get rid of this. Then pop in this skull. So that's gonna be my starting point. So we got to clean this up and make it actually look good. So this is all kind of, this is super rough, but you can see like the little skull in there. So we're gonna add that in, and then you'll see like it has like all the, this is where the text will be. But I got to create this nice design first. So I got to start using like good, nice, consistent line patterns. We got to get pixel arting here. But not before I have a almond biscotte. You're doing this AI math competition, and your servers are expensive and a thorn on my side. Damn, son. Riyin, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome in, good sir. Little almond biscotte. I know what we want to do, and that's stare at Marion all day long while I eat my biscotti. My biscotti. So yeah, my like Steam page needs a total like overhaul right now. I need to rewrite the description. The tree, I'm no longer gonna say it's a redwood tree. I'm just gonna say it's a tree, because I'm like getting away from the red bark. And I think my description right now is like a little bit like thin. It's just not. It's not down to earth enough, you know? It's like, what? Check out the ultimate card game. You know, just like some ridiculous over the top thing. I was trying to go over the top, but I think I just need to be more kind of humble with it. Monster Truck Rally. Friday night. Get crushed. I don't have any napkins. Will not do. She turned out well, man. I was nervous about her. I really was. This was the changes that I made today. Before, like, when I had this version, I was a little bit nervous. I was like, there's a lot of stuff that was flawed about it. And I was like, you know what? Just take your time today. Do another pass. So I got like nice 2 passes on it. So you can see I like thickened her head, made it more round. I thinned her lips out, sharpened her nose, increased like the height of her left eye, lowered her right eye. Actually, I mean the reverse of that. Made her right eye taller, her left eye lower. Dropped her shoulder slightly, dropped her head a bit. Went back on, reduced the bust, her breasticles a little bit. Because I was making them way popping before, and I just tried to make it a little bit more tasteful, like it was in the original drawing. Initially, I was going for these like massive highlights, and then I just decided to like come off it a little bit. Went with the blue outfit, and generally I think it's just tighter. So now I'm feeling good about it. I'm sure there's like infinite stuff that I could repair about it, but for now this captures it, feels the vibe. I already spent like probably about 4 or 5 hours on it yesterday, and then we just spent a couple hours on it now, and like that's it. We got to move on. You found a local band today that actually is very nice. The lead singer also makes game OST. Nice. They made the OST for the game with 15K reviews this year. Miriam got Water Tunic. Yeah, I decided to make her blue. I just, like, she's a druid, and you would say, like, these elves would, since they're wood elves and their job is to patrol the forest, that she would wear green. But I'm just so, I feel like the green is just overdone. And she's a druid. I mean, she can wear basically whatever she wants. You know, I don't necessarily like the concept that every character, every magical character or warrior type has like, you know, the exact colors of like the powers that they represent. So she can use all magic though. Like all like natural magic. So she's got like, she's mostly versed in earth magic because she's like a druid, you know, like nature. But I think she has like a little bit of frost and fire. The one magic that she's not proficient in at all is shadow. But Gant will be proficient in shadow. The tree. All right, let's get back to work. We also fixed up the waterfall. Save a new version of that, which is good. A little waterfall juice for you. A little frog time. Ribbit. Okay, let's get back to work. Stop messing around, guys. We got to draw these little details in the grimoire here. Just got to clean it up. Gonna just make it bold as we work on it here. We're just gonna clean stuff up as we go. So initially it's just basically stripping away the excess pixels from my first pass and seeing if there's anything that I want to actually hang on to before we go in and refine it. Just let it tell its story. And then I'm just going to repeat the same design on the other page. It doesn't have to be a bunch of unique stuff. Because I like the idea of like the skull being like symmetrical on both sides. Don't wanna... Definitely gets interesting and challenging when it's at like a weird angle like this. Because then you're really like restricted in what choices you can actually make. Want to hear their single? Can you run the Bandcamp? No, I'm just vibing on some Miyazaki right now. Kind of in a flow, my friend. But feel free to drop it in the Discord and check it out at some point in the future. I don't know if you heard me, we leave because we were on ads, but yeah, feel free to post the Bandcamp and Discord and check it out at sometime later on. This is where it starts to fall apart. So I think let's redo this stuff. think I'm just about at that point where I need to just stick with what I got. I feel like I could add like one additional tone. Get some like pseudo shading here. Just a little skull dude. There's even a tinier skull dude back here. He's the secret skull dude. You see the tiny skull? The itty bitty one? He's the secret skull. I find myself wanting to add a candle to this. I guess I could add the candle to the top of this skull, and it can be a skull candle. Give it kind of a vibe. I'm going to put it on another layer just in case it gets shitty. Just going to draw it separate for a second. so I can focus on it instead of trying to focus on wrapping it around everything. Snoopco, let's go. What's going on, man? How was your stream? Trying to make a melty candle. What's up? It was a good stream. Got stuff sorted for my dialogue system, ready for localization. Now working so I can do UI. How are things over here? Well, check it out. I was working on dialogue system stuff too. So I finished this portrait of Marion today, between yesterday and today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Would you get a look at her? And then let me show you the mock-up of the dialogue system. Let's see. Whoa, whoa. Boom. which involves Marion. So I'm just doing a mock-up of it for the trailer. So I don't have it built at... Oh, wait, that's not it. We gotta get Marion. And then all this stuff in. So there's like... the mock-up of like the dialogue system. It's not going to be the exact timing that I'm going to choose. But like, it's what I want to put in the trailer, you know? It's the essential look of it, you know, because I want to tell story through dialogue as well. It's always a fun part, man. You know, it's going to be interesting is just writing dialogue to begin with. How are you like feeling about writing dialogue? I am going to keep it simple, you know, like I don't want to get overly wordy or pretentious with it and using like ridiculous like verbiage. Basically, you know, it's like the way that I'm going to approach it is the way a songwriter once told me how to write music, how to write lyrics. And they were like, never use language you wouldn't normally use, you know? Just basically write what you know and speak like you would speak normally, kind of a thing. You're not like suddenly dropping extra, just different words that are, because you're, you know, looking up thesaurus synonyms to see more of a sophisticated intellectual. It's like, nah, you gotta still... I think also keeping things simple on top of that is generally good, because I don't think people want to be stuck behind a wall of text. They don't want to be reading a novel necessarily. I just want to have enough of words to just be kind of like to indicate their relationships, and like kind of what's going on, so that there's like a minor amount of drama going on with so it's just a little bit like in depth with lore, but it's not going to be something that's going to be like, and now for the history of the world. Yeah, you want to have a flow. Yeah, exactly. Leave enough space for the player to fill the world with their imagination. Yeah, that's actually like a tip that I heard that came out of the Stephen King writer. He had a book about writing, and one of the things he had said was not to inflate what you write with extra adverbs, adjectives, and all this overly descriptive verbiage, because you want to leave it up to the interpretation of the reader. So you're not going to be like, you know, he frustratedly walked through the snow, and you would just say he walked through the snow, kind of a thing. Keep it simple so that people can just think like, well, he must be frustrated, or maybe, you know, like the people put their own characterization into it without, you know. I'm like trying to learn stuff about writing and hope that I can do it justice. You know, I don't read enough fiction to feel like super confident, but I've seen enough shows and movies and stuff to know at least when something's being ridiculous. So I hopefully will have that in check. I don't know. So right now I'm working on adding details to like the sides of the page of the grimoire here for this. This is like the other dialogue page, which just shows like details on the left side and then like a quote on the right side of what the enemy talks, you know, like what they're saying is, to kind of give the vibe. So that's the other dialogue part, where it'll just show the enemy, show their stats, and then give them kind of like they'll threaten you basically. Let context infer this, that sort of thing. Yeah, exactly. Let the the context fill the void. Like if you can't paint a picture, basically that's what's tricky about it, because you have to paint a picture without being overly descriptive. Unless it's, I mean, I feel like you shouldn't leave them in the lurch, probably, you know. You do want to describe to an extent what's going on, but like at a certain point, once the ball's rolling, you just kind of let it hit the way it's gonna hit. All right, so we got a little candle here. I was kind of thinking of just sticking it on top of his head. That means we're gonna have to move it. But having like a little candle with the skull gives it like a nice gothic feel, and then the candle gives it the like you're reading a book feel. You know? It's Nash. But Sninko, let me get you your SO. And why don't you skedaddle, good sir? Really appreciate the raid. Guys, check out Sninko working on some cool game dev. Just a real cool dude. Sorry I didn't do that earlier. I was so locked in talking about dialogue. Now we gotta erase some of this stuff. Maybe we just get rid of all this. Love dropping in. Yeah, I'm always stoked to get your raids, man. Really appreciate it. Oh, right. I say it right when we're going to the edge. Why? Have you thought about doing a subathon and working for 400 hours in a row? Man, we leave. Maybe I should. Seems like the only thing that would actually make a dent in what I actually need to get done. Part of me thinks it's just needs to happen, but I so regularly do like big ass streams. That sweet little candle. Probably should put a little Little flame on top. Probably do that with the light one. It's time to combine these. Bum, bum, bum. I think that's it for this one. I guess I could add a little shadow around the rest here. Let's do... shadow business over here. Oh, it looks like we got some Vince Guaraldi coming up. You guys up for a little Charlie Brown? After this little lo-fi? For those of you on Twitch. Little Charlie Brown. Pick up the vibe. This little crust here I gotta clean off. Alright, so yeah, I'm just gonna little like shadow from the deal candle. The candle, I know what it's called. Charlie Brown. Real slick piano. As we let pixels fall onto the screen, hoping, praying for happy little accidents. I'm gonna remove this little guy. The mini skelly. So the whole page is going to be like a dropped opacity, like it's just going to be kind of like a light thing. We get these two kind of chilling next to each other like that. And so eventually we'll drop the opacity on them. But first we got to make the corner look better. I'm just going to clean up what's here, see if it's anything. Just like to let it tell its own story, see if it's a good one. And if it sucks, you can always make adjustments. I kind of want to add another candle down here, maybe one without a skull. Greetings, prophets. $400 subathon. Oh, I can only imagine the misery streaming for 400 hours. There's those people out there that do those endless subathons. They're psychopaths. I'd have to trade in my computer chair for a lazy boy and then just fall asleep 90% of the time. Prophets, hope you're having a good day, man. Good start to your week. Let's get it in the other corner. John Butler. Yes, it's generally a bad idea. Let's get it back aligned. Just like, you know, it's a light design. Nothing too crazy. see if we can animate it in. And this is like very much channeling Evil Dead, Necronomicon.
Come on.
Jang, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. What the F?
Code Angry has gifted 5 subs to views.
Coden, thank you so much for the subs, man. Let's go. You shocked me. You shocked me to my bones. Thanks, man. I appreciate the shock. I was in too deep. Jump scare, yeah. 100%. It's like I want the timing of these animations to be slightly different than what it is now, but I want all the frames. So I'll just like have different paced frames for these when it's all said and done. So like when it gets to this point, from here forward, we're going to speed up the frames. And a little bit more rest at the end there. Damn, Coden. You got us all hyped up. It's looking pretty great. Thanks, man. We just got a little reward from the Choo Choo. Let's go frickin' Choo Choo. Trying to think if I want to do anything more on the design on the left side. I mean, I like the right, just the quote, that works. Oh yeah, I kind of wanted to put in like the little version of the enemy. Let's see. So we got the little sprite here. Can I flatten her?
Come on.
Bam, we can do it. Quizmate, thank you for the follow. Oh, we went too far. It's a lot of frames. Oh, damn. Oh, is that like a nice intro to a character? To an enemy? Sometimes people soil their pants when they get hit by lightning. Oh, that's a fun fact. Futile, what's going on? Wish I was better at pixel art, but just doing it every day has helped a lot. Hell yeah. Hey man, I hope that I like have the same hope for myself. Like, I hope I get better at pixel art all the time. I really do. And it's really just a matter of getting good at art in general, you know? We're talking about like anatomy, drapery, clothing, shading, color theory, composition, design theories like big, medium, small, just general techniques. And then you get deeper into specific styles of pixel art and what you're going to do about it. So I would do like something like this for each individual one. The only thing is for the translated ones, I wouldn't be able to do the like the big character up in the corner. I like it. Like I said, I don't know what I'm gonna do for, like, this is kind of like a bad plan because it looks really cool for this scenario, for this particular character, but to have it look good for all the respective dudes is like problematic. Because even if we were to take this exact character and use the name Stormcaster, when it gets translated, then it's a whole other scenario that I have to deal with constantly. Meaning, like, for the 12 different languages, the spacing will be different and unique. And I've already, like, crammed it in there. So I fear for the like, basically I have to make it so that the title can be represented you know what? I think a way to just cross the board, solve the problem. What's up, Sonia? What's going on? Cool animations. Thank you. Is if we move the stats to the second page underneath, because there's already some negative space there that we could use. And then generally try to make the quotes like no longer than like 3 or 4 lines. And then that would leave space that I could put Stormcaster kind of more center slightly. And that way, if it needs to break into like 2 lines, which it definitely will when it goes into the other translations, then we can just have like a lot of extra room to play with. And then I can always have the character on the left side, like the actual sprite of the character. And then of course we'll have like the big spooky portraits. So let's close this, not save. What do you think? Marion versus the hag? That's the old Marion. She's way bigger. Her portrait's way bigger. One's good and one's bad. Don't you also have to localize every capital texture to every language? Booba. Yeah, I do, actually. I was kind of thinking I'm lazy about it and just leave the S, like leave the English version of it there, and then like just put whatever the translation is, or put like the English thing with the translations underneath, but basically just leave it there for whatever stylistic character it is for the actual, you know. So for Stormcaster, it would be an S, but then the alternate languages would just be like underneath. It's kind of a hack. Because otherwise, like, I don't know how many different character name types I'm going to have. And for instance, isn't in like Japanese, or is it Chinese, their kanji, they have like over 500 characters or some shit. Like, I can't do that. So I have to come up with some sort of distillation of the problem. I can't just straight up, because I'm doing 12 whole languages. It's too much, especially for the more complicated ones. So I'm going to have to like cheese out and do something that's, I'm just showing like the English letter stylization just to kind of be there. Or I might come up with like an alternative, you know, maybe like some sort of like symbol or something, or just like the green box with no letter in it or something. I don't know. I mean, I guess I could try to dynamically create the letter. Just take the first character and then like, all I can do is kind of basic strokes though. It wouldn't look as sweet as this. Unless I find like a really nice like medieval font for like every single language. It could be really tough. It's one of those things where I'm like, I almost just want to get rid of it. But it was one of those original things that I designed that I just really liked it. We need to separate these two. Title. So, trust me, I've been thinking about it. And it keeps me up at night. Damn it. So for title, I don't know, something like that, I guess. Let me get caught up on chat here. She's just closer to the camera. Yeah. Damn straight. You could just leave texture space for each book page for localization. That'll be easier. Be wary that there are wide letters like M or W though. Oh yeah, I think I already actually have the letter. I don't have every letter designed yet, actually. Come to think of it. Let's see, where are they? So I got W. We got W. Yeah, I don't have all of them. Not yet. Because it's a lot of work. It's not super bad, but basically I've only been doing the letters that I've needed up to this point. I was originally only using them to show, like, for the, the Arcana, because that's what the Grimoire was originally going to represent. But now that there is cards, I want to come up with a different screen for that, which I'm not totally sure what I'm going to do yet. This is not exactly how the text is going to look as well, because the way that it renders in A-Sprite, I don't know if it's going to be that exact size. It might actually be smaller or bigger. It's like renders a little different through SDL. So if you have the name in the other languages, you could do a special letter for just the characters needed. Yeah, that's true, Snoogie. But we're talking about art for 12 different languages and any number, like, you know, so 12 times, I'm hoping to get around like 30 to 40 enemies. So let's say it's 40 enemies times 12 is 480 characters that I'd have to make. And of course, some of them would be repeats, you know, like there's like the English would overlap, I think, a lot with like Portuguese and Spanish probably. So, you know, let's take 100 off. 380 characters. I'm not going to do that. It's too much. So the only way to do it is make, like, use the English one and then put the like translation in with that just as like a design. Or alternatively, just use the green box and somehow dynamically create through programming the design, the look of it. So it wouldn't look as good as the handmade one here, but it would have like some sort of like, I would like take the first character, I would enlarge it really big, make it like bold, maybe pick like a specific font that could work that looks a little bit fancier, but that's also not necessarily possible because like there's not going to be a nice medieval font for every language. I mean, there might be, so I could try to find that, but to get one that like that has a translation for all the different languages, that's just not going to happen. So it'd be like different in different languages, which might be okay. End of the day, I could just nix the idea for the other languages. I could just not have the letter and just have it like straight up just say the translation without the letter at all. Or have like the green box with like some sort of design in it that isn't the character at all. So those are like the three options. Or I guess there's many options. There's either leave the English one in and just put the translations next to it, leave it an empty green box, and then somehow dynamically create the letter from each language. Third, finds, and that kind of combines the last two ideas, where I leave the empty green box and I like find the font that looks more medieval, and that's me dynamically creating it. And the last option is just to leave the green thing out, the little green box out altogether, and just leave whatever, just put it the text. Because there's still a lot of other art that it works. But yeah, this is like a tricky scenario when you're thinking about it, that it has to work in 12 different languages. It definitely gets complicated. Imagine sitting down to play a video game and this guy shows you a book. Yeah, that's a lot. I was thinking everything that used Arab letters was reusing the same 28 characters. Well, let me see. Let's look this up real quick. How many characters in the Chinese language? Holy shit. According to most sources, the Chinese language contains over 50,000 characters, though a comprehensive modern dictionary might only list around 20,000. Holy shit. So that alone is indicates that all the Chinese translations could potentially have unique. So it's like 40 unique characters for that, for like the 40 enemies or however many enemies I'm gonna have. It's just not, it's too vast and crazy and insane to attempt to think I can sit here and manually do all that art. It just wouldn't happen. It would be literally 4 months of work just on that alone. It just wouldn't be worth it. It just wouldn't. I'd rather be spending that time fixing bugs or adding new enemy types, or new cards, stuff like that. AI bro, it's time. It's time the machines. Western letters. What sort of specs are you looking for, Sandy? Sanyanders. But this is the look. I just wanted to create something that I could put into the trailer, and I needed an enemy reveal. So when a new enemy enters a level for the first time, that's when you're going to get this little thing, and you see the portrait. And I think I'm going to use the portraits in the future as well for some dialogue as well. So that way we're also going to see them in the dialogues. So the only thing we need to do here is time it a little better. And then I can save out a GIF. So a Stormcaster comes in.
Come on.
We want the stats to come in much later. Sinyanders, thank you for the follow. So there we go. So I mean, ideally it would come in like letter by letter, but it'll be fine for this one. You got to work too. Good luck. Good luck to you as well, my friends. This is the work stream, so if you guys, you should all be getting your shit done. I want to hear Glasses. I always forget what the song is called, but it's like my favorite Glasses song. But I'm actually getting down with these pretty good. These MIDI songs are pretty dope. They're really feeding my my pixel art vibe here. Give me that retro kick. Okay, timing wise, does that work for me? It was a bit chaotic, but honestly, I wanted to feel like the Necronomicon in like Evil Dead 1 when they had like all the pages like scribbled out. Have you guys seen the actual physical Necronomicon they made that has like absolutely gorgeous art in it? I want to get one of those. It's probably insanely expensive. But this is like my Necronomicon. Except it's not like an evil book. This is actually like, it's the Wood Elf's spell book. And it is completely covered in thorns so that you can't physically pick it up. You have to have magical knowledge to carry this book around. So like you just summon it and like it levitates. But if you try to actually pick it up, it will stab the shit out of you and poison and kill you. Because it carries the knowledge of the land. But yeah, I think this is a good balance of detail. I think it'll animate slightly different in the future. You know, like I said, it'll come in character for character, not like in chunks like it's coming in now. But I think for the trailer, I could just show this and it'll be sufficient. So why don't we save out a little GIF here. Little. It's actually an insane amount of frames. Here, I should delete some of these frames actually. So we don't have like a ridiculous. We just have a couple of frames here. You guys see these frames? Have you ever seen so many frames in your life in a timeline? It's one hefty animation, I'll tell you that much. Oops, damn it. Oh yeah, we gotta fix her up. We gotta draw like the rest of them. Like for them to fill the whole screen now. But anyways, not right now. So let's see, we want to... All right, we're gonna drop. So now we have 97 frames. Should probably stick that little space bar. Did I have that somewhere here? All right, let's save. And we're going to export the GIF. This is probably going to be massive mega GIF. 97 frames on a GIF. Oh yeah, and I also need to do them at 400%. Damn, I wonder if I save the other ones at 400%. Well, it's easy enough to deal with later, but... it's making the mega GIF right now. Well-illuminated manuscripts are pretty much a Latin alphabet. For a moment, I thought you were playing Minesweeper. What's up, Fripes? What screen resolution will my game use? It'll be a 480 by 270 true pixel art game. And you'll see that as a common size because it scales up to 1080p. Yep, I didn't save it right. All right, so we're gonna have to save these out. So this was the other dialogue that we created. We did it earlier here on the stream. And I have to save it in two chunks. The text chunk and then the actual, you know, like all the graphics and stuff. Because the text needs to animate in faster. But the rest of it needs to stay the same pace it's at. And I didn't save it at 400%, which means I didn't save it at 1080p. So we got to do that. So we got to hide the body text. And this is at 100 milliseconds per frame. And we're going to do an export as BG 400%, because that's going to be HD 1920 by 1080. And that is what we call a massive GIF. Hell yeah, Coden giving out community subs, gifted subs, because Coden is generous and awesome. So now we need to save out body text as text 400% export. Oh wait, we also have to change the frame. Okay, we're gonna go to 50 here. So the text just comes in like this. So that way it's like, you know, more common to what we're used to seeing, and also you'll be able to like click a button and it'll like instantly show. But the original pacing will be like the drama of the moment. But the text in general is, I'm going to keep it pretty short. All right, so 400% new speed text. Dude, that's my favorite song from Glasses is coming up, dude. I don't know when, but it's got to be soon. Oh, Marion. You're such a babe. She really turned out well. I like her. She says, do you remember me? Oh no, we're out of time. Here, take this grimoire to learn new spells and unlock new cards. Okay, guys. Now we're going to shift gears. We're going to save that. We're just slowly collecting assets so that we can piece together this trailer once and for all. At least a basic preliminary trailer, because the real trailer will have actual like game footage. Like when this is actually in the game, it's going to look probably slightly different. But this is something I can just spend like a day on. And it helps me also to like imagine like this one, for instance. It's like, what the hell am I going to do for all the translations? It's a complex page, because you got to cram in the text in all those little areas. Even if I take out like the little like character on this left side and then just like have just like normal text, it'll still look cool. So it's not like the end of the world. But I'm still gonna try to figure something out. Pygmalion for Marian. Ah. Ooh. Okay. So this is what we're doing now. So I wanted to show the meteor strike in the trailer. And so we gotta finish up the meteor strike. And there's a few things I wanted to do with the meteor strike. I wanted to try making the tail of the meteor in full hard pixels and go away from using the blur stuff that I've been using, because I've really been observing a lot of games and pixel art that's in the works right now, and like past games, and the way that they handle a lot of particle trails is they're not using blur in a lot of cases. I still want to use blur in the main game. Like, check this out. You guys haven't seen the new starting screen. I added the particle glow behind the banner up top and the button on the bottom. And then I also added a little bit more depth. I added an additional particle to the cards in the back, and then I also reconfigured them a little bit. And then I also darkened the emeralds and thickened the numbers on, for the mana crystal cost, because I wanted it to be more legible. And this was very much inspired by like Hearthstone. This is how like Hearthstone's starting hand pretty much looks, except it's like my take on everything, but it's like the same kind of layout and same kind of vibe. but it's like in my game's like style and aesthetic. Because I thought it worked really well. So, what's up, little boy? How you doing? Sirhi, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hello. Pygmalion is a sculptor who falls in love with a statue of a woman he makes. Sounds like he's got robo fever. I also added in the glow on the death flower. So when you hover over the death flower, you get a little bit of a glow. And I feel like I need to do a little bit more to it. Like I need to add like some actual lighting to it so that when the particle effect is behind it, there's like some lighting on the actual skull in front of it so that it looks like it's more 3D and interactive with that moment. And I don't know if I want to have the open eyes. I might want to do like a fixed glow in the eyes, because like the way that the particles kind of like dance around and make the eyes look kind of crazy and inconsistent, I'm not a big fan. So I think I might just like fill in the eyes. So I have to make like a hover for the skull. But yeah, so I like tightened up the particle effects for that. And then I also tightened up the particle effect for this. So it was like a little bit better. It had like a more of a mix around this glow when you're holding a card. And I also, when I thickened the numbers on the emeralds, you can see that in the hands, the numbers are way more visible when they're small. Way more legible. So I wanted to make sure it was easy to like know how much the cards cost. And of course we got, last time on stream we spent time getting the waterfall and the river running. So that's all going. So next thing I need to do is add in like the leaves on the back on the upper left here, and then leaves over here I need to animate in the upper top. So like the whole top of the game should have like some motion like the tree in the middle does. But let's see, for the meteor strike, I'm thinking I'm gonna have to stage this one because I want to do it with the rumble. But like I said, I want to like explore the tail of the meteor, but without it being like gaseous. But the thing is, I've done a lot of, I don't know, it probably is this in this situation. I feel like I instead of seeing all this, I do want to see hard pixels. But it isn't bad this way. So if it ends up looking like shit with hard pixels, then it's okay. I can always come back to this. But I think, I don't know, part of me just wants to be more purist as much as I can. But I like I just showed you guys all that like particle effect glowy stuff. I'm okay with that having a bit of a blur. We did experiment prior with like a hard pixel on the particle effects, and it had like a certain energy to it that was nice, but we ended up, like, all of us in chat voted to go back. All right, where's that song? Congrats on the final prototype. Nice, Coden. It's playtesting time and actually start practicing proper pixel art. Oof. Beautiful. Love to hear it. Gotta start practicing that pixel art, boy. All right, let's do a hard pixel pass. You can see like all of the meteors in the background here. They all have hard pixels and they look sweet. The starry sky. They look good. Like I just do little, I don't know, like it can look pretty sweet with hard pixels. Ain't nothing wrong with a bunch of, in fact, it's probably better. But I was just, when I first came in and made this, was thinking it's a comet, you know, it's like a meteor with, it needs to have, feels like it's wobbly as fuck as well. All right, let's work on, let's see if we can tighten this up more. I thought I had a guide somewhere. You are wobbly, you little bastard. You little stinky bastard. Who do you think you are? Meteor flat. I'll move you over. Oh no, I didn't want to move everything. I wanted to move just this layer of you. 1, 2. Next. Yep, it is wobbly as hell. Son of a bitch. Oi, oi, oi. This comet is a pain in my ass. So yeah, we can still move that over. I'm gonna move all you guys. All y'alls. Actually feels like I went too far. I think that's okay, actually. Okay. Now it's consistent. And I didn't even have to change the tail. What's up, Freak Code? Share your progress in Discord for roasting reason. Sounds good, man. All right, let's do a hard rendition of the tail. Let's move this timeline out of the way. Make sure we get it right there so I can keep a clear view on. Yeah, because I could still do like a transparency, but we're going to make hard lines of everything. So I'm basically going to trace a lot of it. But we're just going to come up with, you know, stiff rendition of it. But we'll start with an alternate color so that I can clearly mark what I'm doing. I'm going to do it with a 4 brush. I love the way the 4 brush generally falls. This is going to be the white texture. Hakeem sent some chilies. Thank you, man. Hope you're having a good night. Looking nice. What's up, Mac? You got this. Yeah, Coden, man. Hang in there. Tis a long journey, game dev. And we're in it together, man. You just gotta stick it out. And for those who really do stick it out, it's just like, you can't help but respect them. Because I don't know how many days, how many moments I was just like, fuck this, I want to quit. But I will never quit. I will never give up. All right. There's the white layer. Do a nice little replace here. Replace you with this. Ah, my eyes. Why? Why did that? What do you mean? Oh boy. Guess I don't want to. I want to get like a little bit sharper on these shapes, but I don't want to be like crazy about it. We'll be chill about it. Chill, not crazy. You just opened the jam page on itch for the first time, then I started scrolling. Oh boy. Lots of competition or something? So keep this flow going here. All right, that's the white layer. Except we should also erase. Let's see. Where's the meteor? Where are you, meteor? I know you're on your own layer. Should be able to select you. I can't. Whoops, that's not the right layer. Where are you? There you is. So we want to select. All the layers. On. Gotta get on the right layer here. Oh. No wonder. That should be good. All right. Almost. Layer 1 complete. Now for layer 2, lighter blue. Back to a 4-brush. Did we save a new version yet? The last animation is an explode. Yes, of course. Have you just been waiting for the asteroid to explode this whole time? On the last meteor animation, add an explode? You mean like this one? I wasn't aware of how many game jams there are. Looking nice. Yeah. Great. Game jams are a great way to ignite a community. For sure. I think it's a very elegant way to engage with people so passionate about games that they'll actually sit and make them. And it's a beautiful thing because they'll definitely... The thing about game devs that are great is we're all like looking for inspiration, you know? So you always want to check out games and like see what they're all about and try to like come up with things to inspire yourself to keep going. So yeah, it's like, it's kind of a unique type of community. Because when I think about stuff like music or even comic books or anything else, like movies, whatever, like there isn't a community that's quite as engaged and consistent as like game dev people, because they gotta be gung-ho. They gotta be like on top of it if they want to see results, you know? As we all know, because if you try to do anything in game dev, it takes frickin' forever. Like, I don't know how many like shorts I've seen where it starts with some dude that's been like, well, here's a game I've been working on for 5 years. It's almost out. And you just gotta like give that guy a like, you know, you're like, oh, fuck. I know what you mean, man. Good luck. It's honestly what made me like initially wary of getting into game dev, because you work on something for so long and there's no guarantee that it'll succeed. So it's like you're absorbing a ungodly amount of risk. Especially if you fail. But that's why you got to make your projects meaningful, even if you do fail. Because you can't ascend without putting out a few turds. That's my theory anyways. I'm sure some people get lucky, but most people are out there putting out turds first. Step 1, make a shitty game. Step 2, make a better game. Learn from that shitty game. Like, I already know, like, going into the next game, the horror game, I'm going to be dealing with things like doing everything a little bit differently. And I'm not even like sure how to like quantify it at this point, because I'm not even fully there yet with this game. But I'm like, things become much more clear after you've done them. And so like then when you go to do them again, you're like, oh, well, I've been there. I'm not going to focus on this part first. I'm going to do this or whatever, you know? There's like certain wisdom that comes from just actually completing things. Those game devs are crazy. I would be careful around them. Weird people. Yes, they are. It's really nice community from the small indies to the ones that work in bigger games. Excluding the top corp managers, though. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Once you get into the people that say things like, why reinvent the wheel? Or, you know, just shit like that. Like, the people that don't actually want to be original, they just want shovelware. They want things done yesterday for cheap, and then they end up spending $300 million and no one wants to play it. Tony Stark built this in a cave. That just came to mind for some reason. I don't know. Before we color that, let's do the selection here. Convert. Now we've got 2 layers. Guess we want that to start to decay. Next. For a nice blue. Doodle 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 doodle. Is this spell you can cast? Yes, it is, my friend. Yes, it is. It's a card, AoE, called Meteor Storm. It's going to be multiple meteors crashing down, killing enemies. Boofta, what's going on? Hey, is there a place where I can see your art portfolio? I mean, I have, Ye Old X and Blue Sky, and that has some prior art posted for the game. And I do have like an Instagram that has, for Riyin art, that has some old pinup art. Like I drew like Red Monica from Battle Chasers and Drolta from Castlevania, stuff like that. Back when I was practicing ladies, pinup art mostly. It's all safe for work. None of it's like taboo or anything, naked or anything. It's all clothed up and classy. But that's about all I have for art. Hey, this is my favorite Glasses song right here. Speaking of Castlevania. Yeah, I'm already feeling the pixel art approach, like the hard approach, getting rid of the blurs. When I'm done, I'll like make all of it a little, you know, semi-transparent. Gotta hear it one more time. Of course, you can only hear what I'm listening to on Twitch. On the other sites, TikTok and YouTube, you'll be hearing my lo-fi mix, which is royalty-free and safe, and they won't yell at me. Actually, not sure what TikTok's policy on music is. Just don't intend to risk it. What tablet do I use to drone? It is a Wacom 16-inch. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick, and then I'm going to come back and continue on this delectable meteor. I'll be just a minute. Probably about 2 minutes. And then return very fast. BRB. I do recommend the Wacom. It's very good. I have returned. Yeah, the Cintiq. I got it a few years ago. Before that, I had a 13-inch Wacom that was really old and was really bad. This one finally has like a texture that is decent to actually draw on, you know? All right, we got one frame done. Let's see how many. So it's like all that burn away stuff. So let's count that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 12 frames. Wacom is the goat. Yeah, I agree. Wacom, Wacom, Wacom. I always said Wacom. Batter up. You know what we're gonna do? Gonna create a nice selection here. Of the meteor. Boom, boom. EJ sharing the video. Thank you. All right, so let's do it. Continue down. Continue making the hard pixel version of it. It's getting rid of the blurry tail, going for a hard classic retro look. Makes me wish I didn't blur it in the first place, because I could have just reused all that, but by redoing it, I'm giving myself the opportunity to have some new ideas, take it a little further than I did before. So it's not a bad thing. The only thing that's truly negative about it is taking the extra time, wasting the prior work. It's the only downside. But sometimes you just want to do stuff right. Just got to be careful not to get stuck in a perfectionist cycle. And I think I'm super guilty of that. I need to be a stronger PM, project manager, and just say no. I'm hoping I could reuse all the single pixel sparks, that they're on their own layer. The little ones are. You know, it's real late when you start hearing old-timey music everywhere. What is this? This is part of Glass's music, man. Yeah, piano time. Roop doot doodah. Damn spanking true. He's a pretty talented dude. Does all kinds of stuff. This is the same piano player who did all that synth music we've been listening to forever. But yeah, EJ, thank you for sharing on TikTok. Appreciate that. Hitting some share on. Grab that light. That should probably be the light blue. I'm gonna move that down to this layer. We're gonna go here. And we'll make a separate. I believe they call this ragtime. But I think after this song, I will pick something else. Because though this is entrancing and nice, I want to find a new level. Beautiful. Bam, ba-dam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. It's just so beautiful. It's just so nice. Oi. I'm gonna go with a for we are on a journey that is long, filled with evil and darkness. Journey known as game dev. Evil indeed. Move it up. Isn't it shy? What are you doing? Getting shit done. That's what we all doing. Maybe. Maybe. Why is this music so scary? It's because it's Shelob's lair! Shelob! We had to escape the lair. It's enough spooky music. Thank you for the likes, eh? Let's see. These layers are starting to get mixed. Starting to get messy. Probably end up merging those two layers, but we want to make sure and keep the back layer separate so that they each can have their own respective transparency. Because I think that's what's going to really drive it home. Suppose I need to... come up with the front layer here. Just use it consistently. When was the last time I saved? Right now. How many times did you commit so far today? If you're asking me, I committed once or twice. Calm down, the day is early. I think over the weekend I probably did like another, God, I don't know how many lines of code I did. I did a lot of art, so definitely a couple hundred lines of code, but not like a big amount. I was more fine-tuning things. Always fine-tuning things. Will this comment be animated? Yeah, man. That's exactly what we're doing. We're animating it. I'm just making it hard pixel because my first pass I used a lot of blur, and I want to do it in a pure like pixel art style, and just see how I feel about it. And I already feel good about it. So I'm basically just transferring it to the hard pixel style. So I'm like tracing the blurry stuff, but then I'm adding like streaks and stuff. So it's definitely been elevated to another level. Wow, wow. I was swayed by chat. Came up numerous times. People always have their take on pixel art. You know, they're like, they say two things to me. One, are you using a limited palette? And two, why are you blurring things? And I say one, because fuck you, and two, because fuck you. But I really do take it in, and I think about it. And I've just been like observing games in general, just game art, and thinking about it. And it's what really convinced me to want to do it, though, was looking at the Terminator 2 retro pixel art game that's coming out. Because seeing them, like, I was like really just looking closely at all of there was also like a few other games too, but that specifically, I was really looking closely at their particle effects and stuff, and like everything was like there was no blur anywhere, and it made me want to. It made me want to try it, you know, just be more committed to it. I don't think there's anything wrong with using blur, and there's still like blurred stuff that's going to be here and there in my art. Especially in the dynamic, you know, particle effect stuff so far, like I'm down for it, but I think predominantly I'm going to commit more to doing especially the hand animated stuff, that everything's more hard, and get away from like using blur. I also don't think it looks that Like it looks better when it's sharp. Like this kind of blurry animation right here, it just looks kind of messy, sloppy. And I think my heart was in the right place though, because I was thinking logically, like it's gas, you know, coming off of like a meteor. I guess that technically make it more of like a comet or whatever. I don't know. I'm not an astrologer, but you're so freaking talented, for real. Thank you, Escamina. Making me happy. Looks amazing. I was just curious. What's up, Epic? It would take me 4 months to draw one of those frames, and it would be super ugly. Well, maybe you start and see where you go. I like the new version too. Yeah, like I'm vibing on it. Something about it. Just the new streaking look. And then once we're going to come back and like put transparency on things too. So we're going to see like stars and stuff in the background, like poking through.
Come on.
So it's going to be nice. It's a vibe. Wykesney, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. All right, we're going to just copy and paste this throughout. Okay. Next frame. Go for this blue. Select this. Put it in the right spot. Reverse, hide. Let's do slightly darker and orangier and brighter. Hopefully moving forward as I do new cards beyond the demo scope, that things will generally be more efficient, because at that point I will have established all the styles and approaches to things, so that way it's just a matter of iterating on, you know, expanding on the ideas. So right now, it's like I'm coming back, I'm redoing this tail. And, you know, it's a bit of a backwards step because I already have like the blurred out tail, but I'm still trying to like I initially went in, I tried the blur effect, it was my initial instinct, and then I'm like, after some deliberation, some thought, some meditation on it, and I'm like, I think I'm going to be happier the more I get away from that. And so now I know in the future that I won't make that misstep and like blur the shit out of stuff. I'm okay with the occasional blur, especially on the particle effect, as I was saying, but in general, it has to be minimal. Like, this is like the entire screen, you know? Like, if it's massive like this, then it's like, I just especially think the blur is nice with the cards to help like temporarily kind of lift you out of the background of the game. But then again, I might come back to that and want to do hard pixels on it and just find a way to make that work. So I don't know. But for now, I'm okay with keeping it. Like for the trailer and the foreseeable future for now. Because I only experimented with it once on stream and was chilling with it, and I think we liked it, but it feels like I felt a little bulky. But hell, man, like the true pixel art games out there, they don't ever mess with like blur, really. You gotta respect it. Makes me want to do it more, but dun, dun. Just kind of think of like all these like little bits in the tail as like mini asteroids. Any tips for a new guy into game dev that wants to learn pixel art with no art sense? We got to pick up some art sense. Pixel art is like any other art medium where you're still gonna have to make color choices, understand proportions, perspective, all that kind of stuff. But because it's so grid based that you don't necessarily have to have like a fine hand-eye coordination, you know? Because you can just kind of like throw down a sloppy line and then go back and then clean it. And there's a certain fundamental approach. You know, there's only so many options you have towards like making a curve or making certain lines, diagonal lines, stuff like that. And if you just figure out the rules, which are like, you know, there's millions of tutorials and stuff that can give you that knowledge. I think it's like relatively easy to kind of break into it from that sense. You don't have to worry about rendering things in a high quality way. You just have to worry about making good decisions towards design and composition, color theory, stuff like that. So it's like, I mean, you still have to be able to draw well. You still have to understand what you need to fix. So in general, I would say buy a sketchbook, get some mechanical pencils, and just start drawing. And then at the same time, as you're developing a general sense on how to draw, pick up, you know, a Sprite or some sort of pixel art program and start messing with it. But it's I don't know, I think it's the same thing with no matter what medium you choose. Even if you went into 3D modeling, for instance, people think that the more their art is based in a machine, you know, like a program, that the less they need to know about art. But it's a lie. Like, the more you understand art in general in any of these commercial art fields, the better off you'll be. And the more you ignore it, the more you're going to struggle, the more it's going to be like pulling teeth, because you're just like taking shots in the dark, you know, like not fully understanding, like, how do I make a proper composition? How do I generally design like shape language around what I'm doing? Like, you got to come up with formulas that you like to follow and stay consistent with. And that comes from like developing your taste for what you like. So you say you have no art sense. I would say that where you should begin, beyond getting a sketch pad, is start to look at art that you like and asking yourself, why do I like this specifically? Is it the shape, you know, the shape language? Do I like just kind of like how things are constructed? And if you do like the shape language, then take it to the side, save it to like a reference folder, and study it. Draw, like, trace over it and draw shapes over top of it to understand what's the architecture of this drawing. And that's you basically reverse engineering the formula the original artist used towards it. And if the artist is like a master, they won't even like acknowledge the shape language specifically. You know, they're just gonna like, you know, for instance, if you see like Joe Matt or Jim Lee, like just comic book legends draw, they'll just like scribble like some crap, like very sloppy shapes of like stuff, and it's like not even construction shapes or anything. They just kind of like generally vibe something out, and then they like take like a Sharpie pen and then just like perfectly render over top, because they've done it so many times and it's so ingrained that they don't even have to like do it anymore. But if you're a nub, you have to, because they did. In the beginning, they did. Like Jim Lee, when he was starting out, when he was a kid, and his parents were like, you need to like do something with your life, you can't be an artist, he would just sit in his room for 8 hours a day and draw. That's all he did when he was a kid. But I'll tell you what, no matter what you do, if you're doing digital art, pixel art, you know, any form of drawing, there is a framework behind all of it. So if you're used to learning like frameworks in coding, you know, there's like certain syntax and certain methods and architectures to do things. It's the same thing with drawing. So there's a lot of technical stuff that you can fall back on. It doesn't have to all be like creative ideas. There's like a fundamental knowledge that really benefits like everyone. Tree Fusion, thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
Come on.
Sis, good luck, my friend. I see. Thanks a lot for the tips. Seriously appreciate it. My pleasure, man. I'm out here trying to figure it out deeper myself. I went to art school for media arts and animation, and I minored in like graphic design, and you know, that's where I also picked up Flash, and I started getting into programming. So like, I think at the time my aspiration was to be more of like a storyboard artist, and I was a comic book nerd. I loved sequential art basically, and I did learn 3D modeling a little bit. I didn't jive with it, but it was part of my degree, so I had to like figure it out. But like beyond that, all the other stuff was like 2D drawing, animation stuff. Like I got a lot of knowledge from that, and then I went and, you know, spent 20 years as a programmer, and I was still studying art on the side, but I never did it expressly, like professionally. All the professional stuff I've done up to this point involved commercial art. You know, I still had to like process images, put them into games and stuff, and understanding how to keep images looking good. What, you know, whether it was a Flash game or, you know, something in a browser for, you know, web-based stuff. And so there's like a lot of animation I did, and a lot of you know, I'd have to like, there's all kinds of assorted stuff that I'd have to do. So basically it's like I've done stuff on all levels, but I never joined an animation team or anything, and I never worked for a big game studio or anything. Just did I mean, I did like some moderately big name stuff, but it was all like Flash games, and so none of it exists anymore. It's all gone. So basically my point is that like I studied art initially, and then I went away from it. I went into programming, and it's really just the past few years where I've gained my confidence back, and I got over myself, and I said, I want to get good. I want to give myself a chance to really get good at art and come back into design. Because I already understand technical stuff. I can work out the technical crap. I can program. I can, generally like run a business and stuff like that. But it's like to make the design choices, to say, we need to do it this way because this is the right look, this is the right feel, because this is like what the taste, you know, of like what I'm going for. Making that choice, that's a whole new thing for me. Just for the past few years, I'm working on becoming more of a designer and more of an artist, specifically, on top of like the technical skills. So it's like, I feel like I'm a nub too, in a way. Yes, I have this education. I have a bachelor's degree in commercial art, but like, it's one thing to have you guys know how it is with college degrees. They teach you a lot of like fundamentals and stuff, but like, you don't really learn anything real until you join a studio or you get real world experience doing that thing. And for me, it's like, I just have to give myself the project, and it's this. Because honestly, the idea of joining like a AAA game studio to work professionally, it's no bueno. I don't like it. I don't want it. It seems like a nightmare scenario. And it's because I've been working as a programmer for 20 years. And so like, I'm just kind of burnt out on being a workhorse for other people. I just want to be my own workhorse. I like working hard. I like working long hours. I'm a freak, but it gets really annoying when you start doing it for someone for a long time. And it's not like the company I worked for, I really loved right into the end. But it's like, you don't always love your clients. You don't always love the projects you're working on, you know? That part was annoying. I mean, sometimes it was really fun. There was like really cool projects. And then other times you're just like, ugh. An e-commerce store? Boring. Anyways, I digress. You guys know how I get. When I get tired, I start to ramble about everything. I get rambly. So I think the trailer is I'm gonna try to get it done this week as soon as I can. But I want to make sure I have like all the materials together. And I think that means finishing the art for Meteor Storm and getting it integrated into the game, because I don't want to mock this up, because I want to be able to see the enemies receiving the damage and have like assorted enemy types getting thrown back from the meteor strike. I think that's the shot that I want to see in the trailer. I wish I had more AoEs, because I'm hoping eventually the trailer can be like long enough that I can show like all kinds of different effects happening and stuff. So that way you really take in like, there's a lot of like unique animation and whatnot. And I'm not quite, it's like right now I have like 2 AoEs and I want 2 more for the demo. And then one thing that I've seen was like really good for your Steam page is to show like multiple levels, right? So I need to do like the background art for the other seasons so you can see all the levels. And that's an undertaking. Only started the summer, the lava level. Hello, Rambling Riyin. That's beautiful. How are things going? Pixel art looks great too. Thanks, Jeff. Welcome in, you son of a bitch. Yeah, just trying to make this look, we're going hard pixel. We're going true pixel art here. And, so I'm transferring, redrawing the art. Guys, I'm getting sleepy and stretchy. 7.5 hours. How many more frames do I have? 1, 2, 3. Wait, 1, 2, 3. And then these. I at least want to get through like the initial trail here. We've done a shit ton today. Getting this like ironed out was sweet as hell. I genuinely love this. And I hope I feel the same tomorrow. Like the little like melty candle on the skull. That's nice. I like that. That really panned out. I like the vibe of it. And I generally like putting the stats on the right side, though I want the numbers and stuff to be smaller. But for now, for the mock-up, it's okay. It'll be more refined in the future, but the art is like where I'd like it. So this one feels pretty sweet. And I like seeing like the little character on the page, like the little sprite. So you meet the portrait of the character, but then like you also meet like it's the actual little sprite at the same time. And so that way you can transfer the personality of the portrait onto the little sprite, to hopefully enrich the vibe, you know? So it's like just like a fun like storybook moment in a way, and it's brief. It's just like one little quote, and then boom, you're in. Boom, you're getting your ass handed to you. And then we had, of course, the Marion. Let's see, where is she? Where are you, you little minx? We meet Marion for the first time, the druid wood elf, who is the one who binds Gant's soul to the tree. And so she'll be like a recurring character throughout the game, just being like, what's going on? Because she's the one who, after she binds you to the tree, she hands you the grimoire, her spell book, to be like, now that you have the mana of the forest, you can harness magic. So here's like the instructions. And so that's like going to be like the look of the where you like handle your deck and stuff like that. It's gonna be the grimoire, and it'll also be like the book that educates you about the enemies and stuff. So it's just kind of like the everything book, but she's just gonna be kind of like your helper in that sense, more or less. She just kind of shows up here and there just to be a little extra spice. It's not going to be like constant. It's just on the occasion she'll be like, whoa, what's up, bro? And this was like the mock-up of the dialogue, so we got this done today. So yeah, the trailer content is like getting near, closer. Becoming a tree comes with a manual. This one does. And then I did show you guys like what I did over the weekend. I added the particle effects and the extra, like I finished off the rest of the start screen, the like keep and replace screen. So you like, this is your starting hand. You get 3 cards randomly dealt to you. And then you, I mean, you guys saw this functionality, but I got like the other, like, you know, particle effects on the buttons and stuff. You're like, I don't want a Piranhas. And then you say confirm and it replaces that. And then you get your cards. Then you come in and you start doing the deed. There's still a little jank in the in the deck sometimes when you're pulling cards out. Oh, there she is. I'm on the fence of whether or not I should keep the trap as a manually opened, like you have to set the trap manually each time it goes off. And I thought that would be like good in the sense that it's a bad card, because we have to have bad cards, but it's actually a pretty powerful weapon. So it's like there's a bit of a trade-off. Soon we will have Meteor Storm. Oh, it'll be nice when we get Meteor Storm, and then I have to do these other cards too, Life Train and Flash Freeze. Those are going to be tricky. At least Life Train won't be actually, but the Flash Freeze will. Because life drain, it'll just be like electricity or something, some sort of like drain looking energy everywhere. But flash freeze is like, I want to encase each enemy in a block of ice, which means a custom ice shape for every enemy. So I'm gonna have to like, I'm gonna have to actually add it to each one of their sprites. So it's gonna be a lot of work potentially. So I'm gonna have to come up with like a pattern so it goes quickly. The good news is though, it's just the ice art that's gonna be all, you know, all that it takes, because I'm thinking part of me wanted to like freeze the enemy at like no matter what state they're in, but I'm thinking that could be complicated in the sense that there might be certain angles that'll be not covered in yeah, so they're basically, maybe they'll be like in a throw or something. They'll be frozen on a specific frame. And I'm going to try to avoid adding an extra animation state for the flash freeze. I want them to just like actually be maybe like in the hit position. So they're going to be like in a defensive posture, because that tends to be a pretty like concise position. Get some worth a shot, in my opinion. Would be definitely noticed as a polished, fun energy of the game. I'm going to do my best to polish this as much as I can. It's going to be nice to get Meteor Storm in. It's going to be just cool to have them all in, man. And so that way you just get like the different cinematic effects from each AoE, and also the different benefits from them. And I'm kind of thinking like I like the idea of cursed cards, but I don't know if I'll do it. I might save something like that for like the horror game. We'll see. Once I get into like the shadow deck, I probably will be doing stuff that's more oriented like that. Ooh, look, the node didn't come back. Sometimes the nodes disappear. Why is the nodes disappearing? The fuck? It might have been because I drew the card too early. Sometimes when I draw it before it, like the nodes fully intro in, they like disappear. So I gotta make sure that you can't, or like it resolves itself. That does happen. Anyways, I'm dead. I died a long time ago. Right, this is like the only official one that I have, Raging Roots, and I still want to do more. I want to like fix it up a little more, but I think I'm probably going to keep it as it is for now. Oh. Oy, 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 oy. But if it's too problematic, the defensive consistency makes sense. Expansions are always exciting. Yeah. Yeah, it's just going to be nice to get everything in. And then to be able to start telling the story a little bit. I think in the demo, I'm not really going to tell much. I think maybe in the initial demo, there won't be any story. It's more like I just need to get the game out, get the demo out, get people vibing on it, and getting kind of a general sense of things. But I think the demo is going to be in a few phases, you know? Basically be releasing like sections of the game as it's ready. But the goal is the end of this month to have not only the trailer, well, a trailer I want this week, and it's just, again, like a preliminary trailer, and then get a demo out the end of this month that people can play. That is the current dream, current goal. Little by little. Dun, dun, dun. One. Oh, God. Actually, that had kind of a spice to it. One, two, three. Right? I think it was a 3. 1. Blammo. Down, down, down. We just got to keep laying bricks, guys. We just got to keep doing a little bit every day. And by a little bit, I mean, it's actually a lot of shit. But just adding like little bits to the game, each task is like a day of work. So it's like, by saying little bit means working every day, all day. It's like a misnomer. Every day do just a little bit. Honestly, even if you're working like part-time on a game, that's how you do it. You're just always adding a few hours here, a few hours there. And it just adds up. Stuff just starts to like hit all at once because you're working on everything constantly. And so everything gets done slowly, but when it's all gets done, it all happens at the same time. And so just like suddenly it's like, bam. Like I'm so happy I got the localization done and started. So like every time I add more text or a new button, I'm already like translating it as I'm going in, you know? So it's not going to be this like massive thing at the end. It's something that I'm able to manage and deal with as I go. And I'm still gonna need community like feedback, but like still having like a fundamental pass on it is everything. It's big. It's a beautiful thing. Keep laying bricks, dog. What's up, Rugs? Meteor looks sick. Let's go. Steam does the playtest key stuff. I've seen some devs utilize and have a Discord channel for demo and playtesting stuff for final product, a bit more limited audience. Yeah, so for sure, like that, the Discord is for sure going to be the playtest central. For there will be a specific channel for people to like leave tickets and stuff. Left foot, right foot, alien dance. It's that momentum. Gotta keep the flame gassed. Oh yeah, 100%. Is it AI translated? I've used a little bit of AI translation, but it's only when, honestly, I've compared the AI translations against DeepL a bunch of times, and it's almost always the same translation. So it's really the same shit. So there's like a lot of times when I'll use AI. If I'm like, recently I added the like starting hand, keep it or replace card, you know, the new starting screen I just showed you guys. So I had to add the translations for that. So I had it like the confirm button in those other two lines. And so basically I just had 1, 2, 3, those things. And I said, okay, translate it to Italian. And then it did it. And then I would then take the translation. If I felt like it was strange, then I'd put it into DeepL and like double check it. I didn't do it for everything, but I did it for most of the stuff for that. For little things like that, I'll do it. But AI is becoming more like, if you use it a bunch, they're starting to do the thing where like, we're now switching you to the dumbass model. And it's like honestly giving you the same shit. I don't rely on it for like the heavy lifting stuff. It's for light shit like that. Stuff that's like tedious, and I wouldn't do, like I can't translate stuff. And so I'm hoping that I'm able to give like some context to the AI and that they'll be able to translate it based on that. But it's honestly the same as DeepL. So I'm just like, whatever. But I'll use it because I can have it like mass translate stuff a little faster. So it might save me a little bit of time. But in the end, I am still going to need people who speak the respective languages to read the stuff and tell me what is like really off. And we've already done that for a lot of the, or at least for French, Portuguese, and I think we did it maybe for Spanish a little bit. But we haven't done it for like Russian, Chinese, Japanese, Korean. I also have Turkish. Basically anything that said it had over 2% usage, or like at least over 1.5% popularity on Steam. So languages that I did leave out, there's only one language that I did add that was like had a really low rating. That was Italian. And that was like, I just assumed that Italian would have like a bigger player base than it did, but it didn't. But honestly, because it's like not like a difficult font to get a hold of, I was down for it. Like I'm already committed to it anyway, so I'm just like, whatever. But I'm sure there's some languages that I could add, but I'm adding 12 languages. I'm trying. I got to draw the line somewhere. And a lot of people will tell you that like having like different languages, localizations is not worth it. Because of the fact that like if you're using AI translations, it's going to be really bad. But I think if you lean into it, meaning you try not to make like overly sophisticated dialogue and stuff, you just keep things kind of simple, that it'll be okay. The only thing that's been kind of weird is when I'm if I come up with kind of weird names, you know, like Life Tap. I changed it to Life Drain because when I had to translate it, nothing understood what Life Tap was. And I was like, well, let's just make it something obvious. Life Drain. That's what it is. And so I just called it that. So I might come up with more generic names for things, but we'll see. I'd like to have nice creative names for stuff, and I probably will do that. But then I'll have like the alternative translated title that I'll like, you know, like Stormcaster, that witch. I changed her to Storm Witch for like most of the stuff, or like Lightning Witch. A lot of languages, it's translated to Lightning Witch. Which I thought was pretty cool in its own right. But I'm still keeping it Stormcaster in English. And there's a few languages that I was able to say Storm Witch or whatever. You woke up to an email that a Fang dev quit because AI will obsolete his job by 2025. And I just laughed. It's kind of a joke to think that like you'll be instantly replaced, because there still has to be someone to like, I mean, okay, think of it like this, like, what does like an accountant do when they're like reconciling and putting together the books? They're just looking at numbers from your bank statement and they're inputting it into a centralized place. And then in the end, they're just organizing it into specific things. And then they're like going to file your taxes, and they just follow these instructions and do the thing. And there's still going to be the point when it's like, oh, we need to see your W-2 or your 1099, or we go grab this or go do this. So there's still going to be like this point where like you need to orchestrate things. And I think for a long time still that like, even though AI might do certain things for you, you're still going to have to put shit together for a long time. If it completely does everything, then yeah, you will be obsolete. And I'm sure that'll eventually be the case, but it's like, you got to know that you're filing, you know, or writing a certain thing or doing a certain thing, you know, accomplishing a certain task. Someone has to order the AI around. As someone who like, you know, I use AI for at least the translations, and I'll use it for information stuff. Like if I'm like looking for specific alternatives to certain code, I'll see what AI pumps out. And I still like to use Stack Overflow too, to get the human perspective, because AI is the human perspective, but I like to kind of just, I don't like putting all my eggs in one basket. Because if everyone becomes like hyper reliant on AI and then suddenly they're like, all right, now no one can use AI unless they pay the $200 membership fee. It's like, you got to maintain your resourcefulness outside of it, because they will trap you. Because people are greedy as fuck these days. It pays to know how to open a textbook and just fucking do it yourself. I think it's nice for being able to support languages that otherwise wouldn't have translations. It's nice if you have a font that can handle it, yeah. It's like watching Messi make it look easy while it's doing something hard as fuck. Best way to translate is to put your way, do an explanation that means, and ask for a native translate. Yeah, that's what I've been doing, at least like a little bit. Mostly I've just been using DeepL. But my initial pass for like the bulk of the translations, I just directly did DeepL. But then as I've been adding little things, I'll just give like a list of the things to like chat or DeepSeek or something, chat GPT or whatever, and be like, translate this. And then I'll put in all the languages. And after getting to like the 7th language, it's like, all right, you've used it enough. Blizzard did that with WoW, and it was so good. You were thinking of referencing HS? Localization is an interesting consideration around names. Yes, it is, because you kind of have to like acclimate. But I think it's also good if you're just doing things as you go, and then you have to like reach out to people who understand those respective languages. So I'm pretty sure like it's going to be really hard for me to pin down someone in the Asian countries for Japanese, Korean, Chinese, and Turkish as well. Like I'm not expecting a lot of feedback, but for French, Portuguese, Italian, Spanish, I think we should have pretty decent translations. And in time, you know, if like there ends up being players from like Russia and stuff like that, then they can tell me how to fix shit. But hopefully it's good enough that they're willing to get the game initially to like figure it out, or at least get the demo and give me that feedback. But we'll see. It might be like what decides moving forward on future games what languages I'll do again. But to be honest, I'm pretty sure like Russia and China and of course the US are like a lot of the English speaking countries are the biggest users of Steam. And then all the other languages are just like little fractions of it. So basically your game needs to at least be like in Chinese, Russian, and in English. But, you know, I'm doing like all the things. I'm doing German as well. And a lot of crap, a lot of languages. Oh, goodness gracious. We got a few screens here. Oh yeah, this is gonna be way better. It's just nice to see the sharp design, the shape language, and it's just way stronger, because when it's like this, it's the blur stuff. It's just a blob. But then this is like very poignant shape. And so I think it's going to add to the action a little bit. So it's a good thing. It's a good thing. But we've been streaming for about 8 hours. I think I'm probably going to end soon. It's been a long day. But we still have tea to drink. So we're going to drink it. I'm feeling tired, but I'm probably going to keep going just a little bit longer to try to get... How many frames did we say? Because we just got this one done. Each frame that I'm moving forward, it's like reversing the... going reverse, so the pictures get easier and easier as we go. We did the hardest one first, and then we're going reverse. So... we might even get there. This technique of self-motivating via doing the hard thing first and then just moving backwards is paying off. Bow, wow, wow. Ring, ding. Ow, ow. You're on the same path of thought as you. It makes me laugh when I read or hear these things. AI supervisor. Also, if everyone relies on AI, who will be the ones creating new stuff for AI to replicate? AI will definitely not help people who don't know software get in the industry either. I also read a good point someone made in that if AI replaced all human jobs, what would happen to these companies' stocks? I just think like this is how I feel about it. Like, okay, back in the day, I used to use Dreamweaver to make websites for clients. This is like early in me making websites for people. This is when I was like freelancing, still in college. I would make Dreamweaver websites for people. Just HTML, CSS, and they would have Dreamweaver. And so what I would do is there's ways that you can lock the template. You could lock the HTML so that they couldn't fuck it up, but they could get in there and replace, like, add like, you know, a news update or do something to like add stuff. And you would do everything you could to make sure the client didn't fuck it up and have to call you and make you come back. Because even though it's a good idea to have like a regular maintenance with your clients and get paid regularly, as web developers, there's not a single web developer on this earth who actually wants to do maintenance on a site. They just want to build it once and then never see your face again. They just want new clients all the time. And inevitably, every time I did this, clients would fuck up the locked template somehow, and I'd still have to come in and fix it. My point is, there's going to be all these people coming in using AI, replacing the whole workforce, and it's going to be the locked template Dreamweaver scenario. They're going to think, oh, we're making all these amazing things. And then suddenly they're going to push a button and it's all going to go to shit. And they're not going to know like at all how to fix it. And the AI won't know either. And they're finally going to just be like, oh, fuck. And they're going to have to hire someone. And then someone's going to come in and be like, wow, you just have like 300,000 lines of AI code here. Yeah, I quit. I'm not going to do this job. You can go fuck yourself. Like, there's going to be some real hot messes that come about from people who don't actually know what they're doing, who basically dig a massive hole for themselves because they're completely reliant on AI. Also, think of it this way. Everything they do is completely reliant on their AI, and then the AI goes down, or the service that the company that's providing the AI suddenly decides, oh, I see that you're making like $1 million a year off my my AI agent, so we're gonna want to cut in for 60% of that. And so it's just like weird hijinks is gonna fucking happen, dude. Weird, nasty business. Just you watch. Medusa, thank you for the follow. Welcome. LLMs are open source and you can run them locally, which is sick. I feel like there will be better LLMs trained in languages specifically. I think that's probably a good idea. I mean, we should probably, if we're going to use AI, get it loaded up and running locally so that we can, that if we do get reliant on it, that we don't have to deal with people with their, you know, gatekeeping their service or whatever. But at the same time, I think you should just know what the hell you're doing so you don't get stuck in some rabbit hole. But we're for sure going to see a ton of people that are like, I became a millionaire using AI. All you got to do is push this button. And it's like a pizza straight into my mouth. It's like, dude. It's going to be the same as anything. If one person does that, whatever they did, it's already used up. Whatever you do to get rich using AI or some quick scheme, you're going to be the first and last person to get there and get out. And if you go around advertising, trying to teach people that thing, that means it's already dried up and you're looking for more cash. Or we can go Star Trek and don't use money anymore. Yeah, that would be awesome. Honestly, as soon as like we're able to use energy to just manipulate atoms and generate materials into anything we want, then I don't see why money wouldn't just disappear, you know, because literally all you would need to take over like an entire, you know, nation or whatever is just like one replicator, and you can replicate whatever the fuck you want infinitely, you know. You don't care about money at that point. And it's like all you need to do is replicate a bunch of replicators and then everyone is good to go. Galenga, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Yes. I remember Dreamweaver as a distant memory. Yeah, it was like Adobe's original, like, make a website using this program. You had like a desktop program that, and it would have like, it was just so funny to think of like writing HTML via that. It's just ridiculous. I eventually just used Sublime Text constantly. That was all I ever used. Once I went pro, after Flash died, and I was just writing JavaScript for everything and HTML, PHP, Node, all the, you know, JavaScript frameworks, crap like that. Like, I was just using Sublime for everything. But I haven't used Sublime Text in a long time. Now I'm just using VS Code. I think nowadays I'd probably use VS Code. I went back to it, but we talking about script kids. Already read the post. They say this. I didn't. Am I super behind on? I'm kind of behind on chat here. I started losing context to older lines, and now nothing new added is working together. Everything is bloated and falling apart, and none of my prompts are working. AI models. Well, all they got to do is improve the AIs to the point where it is like intelligent enough to just do everything a human can do, and then they're going to start making the robots, and they're pretty much already there, and then the robots are going to become increasingly advanced as they start making money, you know. The Orville, I love Orville. It's pretty good. I'm actually rewatching Next Gen right now. I also want a Star Trek replicator Snuggie. The AI are listening. Replicators didn't work out so well for the Asgardians or whatever they were called. They had replicators? Stargate? Were you saying Asgardians from the MCU or like a Asgardian from Stargate? The little spider things. Yeah, I don't. I know not of what you speak. All I know is meteor. I am but a simple man drawing a meteor. Selection. Oh, show selection. Here we go. Back to work. Oh yeah, we got to use an alternate color here so that I can see what the hell I'm doing. Let's make it a pretty orange. A nice orangey orange. Speaking of orange, I can't wait to work on the fall level. I think I'm going to do it last. No, that's not true. We're probably going to do summer next, but then I'm probably going to do fall right after. And then we'll end with winter. Because I want to do... I want to have like a slight like horror take on fall. Because it's going to be like the Halloween shadow level. Because that's when Halloween is. And I want to have like pumpkins and kind of Halloween decorations in the background. But it has to be like part of the forest. I'm kind of thinking of what's that zone in World of Warcraft that's like it's like right outside of the human city, and it's got like a bunch of werewolves and shit where the undead spawn. There's like a giant like crater in the center of it where there's a big dragon, and then there's like a big like creepy dude that walks the road, and then pretty sure it's like werewolves and shit. Yeah, Duskwood. I want like a Duskwood vibe for my spring or my fall level. I freaking love Duskwood. I mean, it's not the best of zones or anything. It's just the vibe of it I love. You know, and they got like ghosts and shit. I dig it. That's when you start fighting like ghouls and things that go bump in the night. I think we have Duskwood music here. I think we can pivot into some Warcraft music or World of Warcraft music here. Oh, I guess I don't have Duskwood on this playlist. We'll have to specifically play it. We are now descending into the Duskwood. Watch your ass. There is zombies everywhere. Giant spiders. Werewolves and dragons. The butcher. Ghost of every shape and size. Get your spider silk, yeah. Sucker for the word dusk anywhere. And the Pokemon Duskull. Pokemon. Kind of shocks me that like there's all this on TikTok there's a lot of Pokemon card channels where literally all they do is open up packs of Pokemon cards. Like all you need is a hot lady and a couple of Pokemon decks and you'll have like 100 viewers. People fucking love that shit. I occasionally watch briefly to try to understand, or not understand, but peep the card designs, see if there's any like inspiration. But Pokemon's kind of like a very specific cartoonish style. My cards are kind of like, they're unique in the sense that I'm like constantly drawing objects outside the bounds of the cards, you know? Like I got that added effect. And I pretty much do it constantly. It's actually more rare that I don't have the Arcana or, you know, something like jumping off the edge. Riyin, my brother. What's up, dude? You were sleeping? Yeah, I'm still here. I streamed for 8 hours today so far. We're just trying to like draw this damn meteor. I'm super tired and I'm just rambling at this point, but I'm just determined to make progress. I want to get the trailer live for the game, and that requires all of these assets, so we have to just get it done, man. We just have to get it done. We got to work hard. We just got to, you know, kick a little ass. Kick a little ass. That's all I'm telling you to do. No big deal. Here, let's just see this. Make sure it looks okay on TikTok. Dude, we're still vibing on this this Duskwood here on Twitch. Getting that Duskwood vibes. It's just a lot of like atmospheric stuff. It's got that atmosphere. You're a sucker for the full art drawn over. There's a subreddit for that kind of thing, and with Magic the Gathering and Pokemon. Nice. Didn't I tell you I was going to bed like 7 hours ago? I guess you just rested while I was working, my friend. I'm a night owl. I work at the night. I am strictly working mostly from the evening till through the night, because it tends to be a good time for streaming. Mostly that's why I do it, but it really doesn't matter when I sleep and when I wake, because I'm just working on this game full time, so it's up to me So whenever I have like my day cycles where I start to sleep like a normal person, you know, go to bed at like 8 p.m. and wake up at like 6 a.m., I start pushing my sleep schedule forward so that I can come back to this schedule of like staying up all night. Because I prefer it, honestly. Kind of used to it, but... I feel like I'm getting a little bit of my second wind. I just want to get through this. Because this does feel like a backpedal. Because I had already done the initial pass on this, and now I'm thinking I want to change the style of it. So now I'm like basically redoing stuff. And that backpedal is always like, it hurts every time. I can feel it in my bones. But the thing is like, I want this game to be good. I want to polish it the way I want to polish it. And I'm doing my best not to go overboard with it. But I think you got to be fair. Like when you're working on something like all on your lonesome, you only get so much time with each piece that you're working on.
Come on.
You know? And so like sometimes you just got to like allow yourself that little extra space to actually redo the thing or try something different, because generally speaking, you only get like a few tries at something before you just have to go with it, because you got to like keep moving forward. And but if it's something really important, then I will like I'll go the extra mile with it, but I'm trying not to go like bananas. I do sometimes anyways though. Herniger, thank you for the Hernigar. Whatever. Hern, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. BM, thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a good day. 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. sleep cycle for the first time in 34 years. I was on a 4 a.m. to 1 p.m. for like a decade. Yeah, see, my day, I'm constantly shifting back and forth because I pretty much have like 26-hour days, basically. So I'm like constantly, my sleep schedule is constantly shifting forward because I don't really pay mind to specific times. I'm not trying to hold a specific schedule. I don't really care about that. All that matters is that I'm productive. And I do my best to try to stream at the same times on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. So I'm trying to start at like, you know, like 9 to 10 p.m. or something. And sometimes I kind of lag and won't start till like midnight or 1 in the morning or something. But that just depends on how stressed I feel and what I'm working on. If I'm like right in the middle of something, I won't stream. But unless it's something I feel like I can do easily with people hanging out. So just, it all depends on like what I'm going through in that day. And there's a lot of streams lately that I've been like skipping or trying to do makeup streams later because I've been really stressed lately because I'm getting closer and closer to like having a lot of stuff ready to go. And the more time I spend on this thing, the more I feel like I want it to work out. And it would suck that if it was just like someone installed it on the computer and then their like house exploded. That would like make me so sad that like I would never make games again. And so I'm like, of course I'm catastrophizing, but like, and I'm not serious, but like, I really want it to not be like buggy and like fucked up. I want it to just run well for people. And on top of it, I want it to look good and right. so that like even other artists can look at it and feel good about it. Programmers can play it and be like, yeah, this is stable. And designers can just be like, yeah, that it makes sense why you did that. And just generally be, all I want to like get for feedback is people just saying like, yeah, you need to balance this, or you need to do this to make it more fun, or maybe you should change this thing around. Not, hey, like when I push this button, my entire computer crashes, or like, wow, this like sucks. And you know, like I wanted to at least have some good footing. So I'm really trying to do my best. And so anyways, I get nervous sometimes thinking about it. And that makes me like look at things more critically and makes me want to like go back and do better at things. And that's a lot of times why I do a lot of redos. Because it's usually that anxiety, that stress of wanting to make sure that it's good. Because to be fair, I'm right now, like the other game devs that I'm like rubbing elbows with right now, like who are on Twitch, are fucking insanely talented, and they've been raising the bar on me, and I'm like just trying to get on their level. And I'm like, this is my first game, you know, that I fully designed. So I have to give myself that like space and that like gratitude and self-love that like, this is just like the first game, you know? And a lot of these other game devs that are doing their thing, it's like not their first game. But I'm just trying to still get on their level because I've just been a programmer for so long that I'm like, and I'm also older too. I'm not like a young whippersnapper. So I'm like, I gotta snap into gear now. But you know, you gotta give yourself that space. You gotta practice, and you gotta fail before you succeed. Thanks for the lyric, Blitz. Appreciate you, man. Get your day going. Get yourself ready. Shave up nice for that lady. 20 minutes until tea time? Didn't I tell you I was going to... Oh, yeah. Sucker for full art drawn over. There's a subreddit for... Oh, yeah. I read that. Let's see. Respecting time and how long something takes is something I'm learning the most about. Finishing stuff. Time caps. Yeah, being able to moderate how much time you put into something I think is really important. I'm not super good with that. I just generally, like if I decide that I'm going to do something, then I decide it's worth the time before I even go into it. I don't say like, oh, I'm just going to give this 30 minutes. I feel like that's really smart if you're just trying to experiment with a new technique. Like, I guess I did do that with OpenGL. I was like, I'll give myself a day just playing with OpenGL, and if I can knock it out of the park in like 6 hours, then maybe I'll consider integrating it into the game. And then I was like 12 hours in and I was like barely getting a demo functional, and I'm like, wow, this is really interesting. I'd like to learn more, but I'm for sure this is not going into the game because it's too hard. I've got like, I could have spent this time like just drawing something or like programming something I already know how to program, but I'm glad I like checked it out. So for that was like a limit, you know. I was like, I'm just gonna give it like a day and see how I feel about it. And it was cool, like for what it promises, subpixel rendering with pixel art, but I'm not about to do that. just too crazy. I am but one man. I definitely remember like being super tired and playing World of Warcraft. So this is perfect music right now. So I'm like pretty tired, but I'm almost there, man. This quest is almost complete. I still have a grip of time on it, but I'm like still getting ever closer. Each passing stroke. It really is true that like motivation is not something you will into existence. It's born from doing. It's like as I do this, I feel like motivated to continue on it. Even though like earlier I was like, I want to leave. I want to go like do something else. But then I just kept going and now I'm like, I've only got like 2 frames left. At least for like this, getting the main tail in. Of course we got the disbursement, but and then once I get there, it'll be like, oh, well, I just got a little disbursement to do. Honestly, the disbursement would go really quick too, so I'm very good at deluding myself. It's a very important trait as a game dev. Got to be very good at being delusional. Self-delusion. Bum. All right. Just 2 frames that are pretty small. We do. Let me guess, this is Stranglethorn. Stranglethorn Veil, I knew it! Fucking Stranglethorn Veil. Stranglethorn is the zone where you first come across the opposite race. So like the Alliance and the Horde finally come together and start PvPing, from what I recall. So there's a lot of warring and mayhem in Stranglethorn. A lot of chaos. Dungeons completes. Awaits. I'm almost leveling up. Just a bit more. It never ends. Rinse and repeat. Starting is the hardest part. I believe in the philosophy of pursuing grand dreams. You can't win if you don't play. Yeah, it's true. It's true. You must play. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Michael Scott. Quoting Wayne Gretzky. Oh yeah. Okay. Next color. Bloop. Boom, already to the next one because they're so short. It's just the last little bit. All right, give me an orange again. Forgot to select. Boom. Easy greasy. Easy. Good morning, brother. What's up, Whiskey? How you doing? Welcome to the Meteor Show, where I slowly, but most assuredly, finish this meteor. The different pass. We're doing a hard pixel pass. No blur this time. We're going true retro, but only when it's convenient. Well, maybe convenient's the wrong word. When it looks cool, we do it. None of this shit's convenient. No. It's hard, but it's fun. And I love meeting people who are working on their stuff too. Out there creating, making something, believing that they can, and then proving that they can. Just fucking doing it. Like it's no big deal. The world needs people like that. Otherwise, nothing would ever happen. People wouldn't have things to hate, and that would make them insane. People need shit to hate, and we need to create that stuff. We did it just for you, so you can hate it. Have fun. Heck yeah. Let's go. Good to hear. Turn it up for retro. Hell yeah. I'm all about retro vibes. I'm trying to ascend to the retro verse, but it's hard, okay? It's hard. It's a difficult path, and we try. Hopefully I will unlock the Metal Slug artist inside of me. One of these days. One of these days. We will try. You keep going, brother. Doing great. Well, thank you. If it wasn't for you rooting me on 8 hours deep into stream, then I don't know what I would do with myself. We did it all. It comes in, it explodes. So we got to do the rest of it, which is the disintegration part. And we also got to hide the old trail, because it's still sneaking back there. And then we got to add some transparency as well. But it goes. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 frames. Wait, 7 frames, really. And they're relatively simple. Oh. I'm tired. I am a pumpkin. It's looking awesome. See no issue. Making the magic happen. Oh yeah. Well, Whiskey, check it out. Let me show you some other cool stuff. Check this out. So now I have the enemy announcement page. So this is when it's like a new enemy. And I'm piecing together these assets to like make a trailer. And this is like not fully, you know, it's not integrated into the game yet. So I just mocked it up in Sprite so that I could put it in the trailer to show like what it will be. But I'm glad I mocked it up because it allowed me to kind of, you know, do it before I actually put time into programming it. So I got to, it's good for that front. But I thought this was fun. Just like we see the grimoire and then the pages kind of like animate in. It's not going to be the absolute final look of it, but it's like the ballpark of like the vibe of it. So we got enemy announcement page designed, and I, you know, reusing the grimoire, which is nice. I don't think I've ever shown people the page flip really. I mean, look at the little. Look at the skull with the little candle melted on his skull. Come on. That's nice. And then we have... Whoa. Riyin. This is the debut for Riyin. We haven't met Riyin yet. She's our friend in the game. She's the druid. And this is a mock-up of the dialogue system. She comes in and she's like, "Do you remember me? Oh no, we're out of time. Here, take this and go fuck yourself." She's a real bitch. No, I'm just kidding. She's actually very nice. Huge badonkers. Winning plan. What's up, 7 Artist? I can't help but draw nothing but voluptuous ladies. But I did, honestly, I dialed it back a little bit. My original sketch of her, the original pixel art I did, it was a little bit bigger boobas, and then I dialed it back because I make chonky bubs. But the thing is, elves are like supposed to be not super chonk, you know, they're supposed to be like angular and sharp and like skinny and stuff like that. So, but I don't know. They make sports bras for when they need them, you know. I don't care. It's just that's how I draw it. All right. Honestly, I've never really drawn like flat-chested ladies. I don't even think I quite know how to do it yet. Which is like really the truth. I mean, I've done a lot of life drawing and stuff, but I only know how to, I always basically make the same looking female body, more or less. The only thing that really varies is how big her ass is. Like, I tend to make really big hips. I make super chonky women. I'm sorry. That's the stuff that sells games. Well, it's supposed to be entertainment, you know, but at the same time, it's like, I think it's tasteful. It's not like, you know, this is just normal. I snapped on that pixel. He didn't even try to do that. I officially want to become a druid man now. Don't be sorry ever. I'm not sorry. No, I like how she came out. I really like how she came out. Her face was especially tricky. We went with I just went with like smaller, like the thinner lip. And here I can show you the original. This is like what I did today. So you can see how like I like shrunk her boobs a little bit. I took off the highlights, the initial highlight pass I did, and I made her head a little more round in the back. I like evened her eyes out a little bit, and I like increased the height of one of the eyes, just kind of evened them out. And you can see the nose is a little bit sharper now. The eyebrow is a little bit raised. The shoulder is a little bit fixed. So that's what I did today. So yesterday was like the rough pass, and then today was like the refinement. And I'm like thinking she really came together. And I designed this outfit myself, so hopefully it's okay. I don't think I'm like a fashion designer, but I tried. This is like the most elaborate like thing I've done. Every costume I make for my characters are very basic.
Come on.
Like I don't put like excessive detail over everything, because I don't know. I just like things simple, I guess. But this is like the most complex outfit I've made. It's kind of like a weird outfit. Jin, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Very talented. Whiskey, thank you very much. The work is beautiful, brother. Thank you, man. I just wanted to give you an update. That's what we got today. And then also, over the weekends, I got the starting screen more polished. So we got like the blue glows behind the banner up top and the confirm button. I also darkened the gems on the cards. So, and I did a refinement pass on the card particle systems. I actually add an additional particle engine behind it to add like another varied color, so that this screen is like more polished. See, Piranhas replaced with Piranhas. Ah! My replace code, my like attempt to like not make cards repeat is like faltering. Actually, I don't even think I'm using my code right now. I think I like went and tried to get like a AI generated thing, and then it was worse. And then I haven't I forgot to put back my code, which was better. I need to remember to put that back. I was hoping I could find something that would do like a slightly better job than I did, and I put it in and it's doing worse. It's like AI code replacing coders is a joke. It's honestly a waste of time half the time. But also, I don't know if you can see that little frog next to the waterfall. I got the waterfall done. But that little frog I'm super proud of. I like the little froggy dude. Oh. I got so much work to do, but I'm doing it. I'm doing it. It's happening. Just little by little, it's happening though. It's good at reading docs for you. Yeah, it's good at like little things for sure. Get. He didn't even try to do that. Anyway, a lot's getting done this right now because I'm trying to get together enough content to piece together a trailer. And so that's going to happen the next few days. I'm almost there. I just need to get the art done for the meteor strike here, get it actually implemented into the game so that I can get the screenshot of it like hitting enemies. And I'm probably going to try to avoid this, but part of me wants to put one of my songs into FL Studio and try to get, like, for the trailer, one of my songs working for the trailer. I have like a really minimalist song that I actually wrote today that I might want to use. It's like a minor sounding of like my main theme. I have kind of like a adventure like main theme for the song, or for the game. The song is like a upbeat kind of adventure sound, and I have another one that I wrote today that's like kind of a darker sounding one, a little bit more mysterious. And I was thinking that might be decent for... I honestly want to try both and see which one vibes more with people. Because I'm just kind of experimenting. Marketing wise, I'm just experimenting, just seeing what people respond to. It's alive. Thank God for saying that. You 100% agree? Get meteor smashed your enemies. Yeah. And the meteor is pretty much there. I mean, we just got to do the disbursement. But honestly, it looks nice with the sharp pixel design. Like, it's a nice screenshot just to see, like, but I still have to put in the dropped opacity. And then we got to do the disbursement as well, because that's still got the blurry crap. We got to take that out. I might even touch up the explosion a little more, but honestly, the explosion feels pretty good once I add in the screen shake. So the explosion might be good enough, honestly, because there's going to be multiple strikes of the meteors hitting. And so, like, I don't want it to be any bigger. I think the only thing I would do is maybe, like, if I played with it more, it would be play with the coloring. Because initially, honestly, I didn't even put like a deep pass on it initially. Here, you see the explosion up here. Explosion. So I think it could be a little bit darker, adding like a little more smoke to it maybe. And then especially this scene right here, you can see it's really just two colors. Like, that should be more colors. Like, suddenly it goes to like just these two simple colors. So that needs to be... I just didn't really finish that. I just did a basic pass on like this, that kind of smoke clearing. So that needs just more color treatment.
Come on.
But no, it's a good... I like this move. It feels good. Pants Matt, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Wow, 9 hours. Oh my God, it's been 9 hours. Abuka, what's going on? Oh my God. I probably should go. I didn't finish this, but I will tomorrow. Because not only do I gotta finish this particular meteor strike, I need to also finish a mini version of it. So there's going to be two sizes of meteors hitting. So that's the big one. And there's going to be a littler one. I'm honestly probably going to just take this one and shrink it down and then just touch it up. Is this a story element or a card effect? It's a card. It's called Meteor Storm. So it's an AoE. So it's going to hit all the enemies that are currently on the screen, basically. On the field, I should say. Because the camera moves. Like, it could be off the camera and the enemies will still get hit. They just have to be... They just have to be on, like, within the bounds of the game. So once they, like, walk onto the field, basically. then they're fair game for the AoEs. Have you made a particle system? So I actually pulled a particle system that was open source and pretty simple off the net that was pretty decent. I've made particle engines in the past. I decided after kind of tooling around with OpenGL for a while and just kind of shopping around and seeing stuff, I just found like a free like one that just worked for me. I was able to get into it and modify it a bit. It's not like perfectly written, but its memory management's good and the effects that it has is good. So I'm for it. But I decided I wasn't going to make a particle engine. I felt like that's one thing that's been invented a million times. What's a particle engine? It's like a for loop with a bunch of like individual chunks that fly around in different angles and stuff. It's like not a big deal. And I'm like, I don't need to like make one from scratch. I just didn't care. But honestly, the particle system I'm using, although it looks good, the class is a bit messy. It's like I honestly I wish I could clean it up a little bit, but it works and I'm just gonna stick with it. As long as it's stable, it's okay. But honestly, it'd be nice to do a rewrite with it. Just really clean it up. Make it much more easier to implement particle engines, because right now it's like a little bit of a pain in the ass. So there's ways that I could like improve upon it, but that's what you get like when you get like an open source thing. I just needed the core thing, and the core of it is good. And so yeah, aside from that, the only other thing is like I use SDL2, but I pretty much wrote everything else for the game. Like I did write an easing class, so I can create dynamic animations, similar to like GSAP or GreenSock, if you can imagine. So it's like where I need to make dynamic, adaptable animations, I've got that. So, and the only part of that I didn't write was the part that has the easing formulas for like, you know, expo, ease out, and you know, like the back and quad, all that crap. I pretty much only use expo on everything, but so those like equations I didn't write. I just pulled in a C class, and then I wrapped the C class with a C++ class that I could use to like easily implement the animations. But yeah, I mean, there's like a lot of available code out there that like kind of just does things we've all done a million times, and I was like not interested in doing absolutely everything from scratch, because it's like I don't want to do it any differently, you know? I want it just to be the same thing. Just open source. Reuse that and throw color tint on and scale it. And if it's just a card effect that dissipates, then disregard my note about visible meteor chunks. So they have to explode, and you can see how like the crater just disappears. So I'm gonna have to save the craters on a separate layer. So it's gonna be like the crater and then the meteor animation, and then I'll put the crater underneath all the enemies, and then the meteor will hit over top of the enemies, and then the crater will just disappear. Because it's an AoE, it's meant to just last for like a brief attack, basically. So it comes in, it looks all cinematic for a moment, looks cool, but you know, the starry sky comes up in the background, and then it goes away after all the damage is done and the animation's complete. So it's just meant to be there for like a second and then go away. I almost like, I'll probably experiment with leaving the meteors on, the craters on for a second, and just have like the entire field filled with craters for a moment. But it's honestly probably better if I just have them erase as soon as they, like, at this pace. So they're just like erasing as the animation goes, because it could be really messy. I don't want it to be like super messy. But we'll see. By next stream on Wednesday, we'll probably be coding it and finishing, like touching it up. It's probably going to be a fixed animation though. So I'm probably going to put it together entirely in Sprite and then just like run the entire animation and then have just the damage hit on the enemies. So it's not going to be exactly synced because it's going to be like kind of like hit with a bunch of different ones, you know? I mean, I could sync the damage being hitting the enemies potentially, but we'll see. And then I got to also implement screen shake. I had like some preliminary code for the screen shake, but just it's not like implemented at all yet beyond that. So I got to do that. You're assuming we can go in wishlist now? Yes, you can. If you go to, if you click on my Twitch link and you go to my like about page, there is, if you click any of the banners in my about section on Twitch, you'll see, it'll take you to the Steam page. Or you can just go to Steam directly and look up Woods of War and you'll find it. But otherwise, if you're on Twitch here, you just do the command exclamation wishlist and you get the link there. But here, actually, I can send it to you, Whiskey, just so you don't have to go through the effort. There you go. Hopefully that works. That'll take you directly to the page. So right now, the screenshots are a little bit old. It's not the current look of the game, and I don't have a trailer yet. So that's what I'm working on right now, is trying to get the get the trailer assets together to put together at least a basic trailer, and then also to produce the new screenshots with the latest art. And I also got to change the description. I just have to completely revamp the Steam page, basically. And so that's what I'm doing right now. The past week, I've been just accumulating and finishing certain things that help go towards that. And it's been a slog, but I'm getting close to having everything I need to improve that. So it's because I've recently started the practical tips for Sprite beginners short series that I'm doing. And I'm hoping that it does well over time. But I'm at this awkward stage where I like started releasing that while I'm like not quite ready with the Steam page. But the Steam page is still there. You wish list it. It's going to get updated screenshots in this next week, basically. Next few days, really. But I'm trying not to like super rush it. I want to make sure that everything gets in that I intended. So that you can see, we want to see the dialogue system, the new enemy. We want to see all the, like the meteor and the Raging Root special, all the particle effects, and just the general gameplay with the new art. And, you know, over time, as I build the game, I will certainly have a lot more to show in the trailer. And we're just trying to get, like, it's so much work just to get, like, 10 seconds of trailer, basically. I need to, like, make it, like, a 30-second trailer or something like that. And, but try to make it constantly with, like, new content during the trailer. That's the goal. But right now, I don't think it's going to be super eclectic yet. But it'll be, I think there's enough built into the game where we're starting to get the vibe. Yeah, I'm trying to relax. It's more like I'm waking up every day like stressed out, wanting to get everything out, and the more I like put stuff out on social media, the more nervous I get because I'm like attracting more attention towards the game. But honestly, my impact has been pretty small overall anyways. But it's like I keep trying to fish in the great pool of social media to try to like get a deeper penetration for marketing for the game, and the game isn't even like fully, like there isn't even a trailer yet, you know. It's like I'm like not even fully ready to market it, but I'm still trying to figure out how to do it so that like at least I get some momentum as things start to come together. But things are constantly getting updated, and I'm working on this thing every single day, so it's just literally it's only been like 2 weeks since I updated the screenshots last time, and the game is already looking like way more polished and different. So it's kind of nuts. Like I'm moving really fast, but I can't keep up with the marketing as fast. So there's no formula to how to pace a releasing of a game. Well, you know what? Like I was watching Macaw the other day, and he's a retro streamer, and he made a good point. He's like, you shouldn't promote your game, you know, put out like your first trailer unless it's already in some small way playable. You know, like you should already have at least like a small demo, and it can be a little buggy and stuff, but it should already be kind of like everything's a little like pretty much there, you know? It's at least like 70% kind of there. And my game, it's not even fully functional yet because I've been like producing the art along with the programming as I go. And so it's like it's only starting to become clear what the game is in regards to like all the deck building. Like this past weekend I finished the starting hand interface, and that basically concludes the functionality of the, you know, the basic functionality of the card system, the deck building system. Like, so your dealt a hand initially, and then your served hands while like your served cards while you play, and then also when you kill enough dudes you earn special cards. So like all that functionality is finally in, and so like now you see what the game is based on that, and it's a matter of just like taking it deeper. All in due time. We all believe in you. Thank you, Whiskey. Go with your plan. Stick to it. Never stray. Oh, I stray, and like I don't stray necessarily, but I meander. Upload dev videos on YouTube. Maybe you already stream. I'm actually live streaming to YouTube right now. I'm talking to this guy Whiskey over on YouTube, and I'm also live streaming to TikTok as well. And I release shorts on YouTube, and YouTube benefits mostly from like shorts and videos. I found that the live streaming, it is growing for sure, but it's still in its infancy for me because I just started streaming on YouTube. Like it's been like a month or so, couple months maybe. Where on Twitch I've been streaming for 5 years. So it's like I'm still trying to figure out YouTube, you know, this day and age. And TikTok, I am trying to, I'm basically just hanging in there, but TikTok's a sinking ship for Americans because of the ban. After the ban, the algorithm for us got completely fucked over, and like my video impact is like completely shit. And for like all my buddies who are like from other countries, their TikToks are doing great. And I used to get at least like 1,000 views, like 700 to 1,000 views, like relatively easily. And now I'm like not even really breaking out of the normal initial release. You know, they like initially push your short out to like 300 people, and then depending on how many people like comment and like and interact with it, they'll push it out to further people. and mine's been, my like past 3 videos have done pretty shit, and it's ever since the ban basically, and they like reversed the ban, and now it's like, so basically they did something to that, like if you're from America, the algorithm just shits on you now. So I was almost breaking in, and then it all like went away. So, but well, I just keep trying anyways, because maybe it'll turn around, maybe it'll all work out. But you know, I put the same material out on YouTube. It does much better. I know it's not the material. I mean, maybe it's a little bit the material. My short, I've been trying to put out funny shorts. They're kind of like lowbrow and stupid humor. So I don't expect them to be like wildly popular. I just hope that some people get a kick out of it. More exposure early, good or bad, who knows? When you're like a tiny person without like any, you know, nepotism or like rich friends, like I'm just trying to break into this industry cold by creating a good game. And that's like the hardest thing you can do. And so I'm just grateful for every like new follower and every like new just basically the more wish lists I can get. It's for me, it's very slow. My game is I got a lot of work ahead of me to market this thing, and it's going to be the greatest lesson of my life in terms of marketing, because I've never marketed something so specifically and so hard. Everything I've done in the past, it's always like, you know, I've like networked a lot for like my programming and stuff like that, and that's been like a different kind of a thing. This is marketing like a specific product. I've never really done that before, so like it's just trying to figure out how to do that and then scale it. So I'm just experimenting, just seeing what works, and also I'm trying to make the product itself more appealing, you know, the game, make it more something that people would be interested in. And I think the smarter thing to do is to do market research and figure out a game that people would be interested in, and not try to retroactively make a game more interesting for people. So it's like the fact that my game isn't already like super blowing up all by itself is kind of an indicator that it's going to be a slog. But that's okay, because it's like I'm not using my A+ idea for this. It's my first game. It's meant to be like my teacher to teach me how to like iron out all these processes. Indie dev, how to market a game, featuring Chris, marketing support. I like watch stuff and do research on things, and I think the most important thing is observation, honestly, seeing what's working for other people and trying to understand why. And like one thing I've realized about my shorts is that they're actually way too long. And I've already like been making them shorter and shorter, but I've been making like 30-second to like a minute long shorts, and I need to be making like, honestly, like 7-second to like 15-second long shorts. And that's going to be a struggle. But I'm gonna have to figure it out. So for the next, I have like a few more shorts that I'm gonna release in the current batch that are still a little bit longer form. But then after this, I'm gonna try to go shorter and shorter, because I think that's going to at least help me hack, at least on TikTok, the algorithm a little bit better, because they screwed us so bad, you know, that I have to like do everything I can to like try to rise up again, at least to where I was, which really wasn't even that good to begin with, but now it's like way worse because of that, you know. We aren't the only ones. Well, that's a lot already, not gonna lie. Consistently is key. Slow and steady exposure. That's what I'm trying to do with the shorts now. I'm trying to release a short that is like a practical, you know, it's a tip for A Sprite with like a joke. so that even if you're not learning a sprite, you can still watch my shorts for the jokes. And I'm going to try to release one every other day. Except for the weekends. I'm not going to release on Saturday or Sunday. So basically like every other day during the week, and then wherever it lands again on Monday or whatever. And I'm going to try to keep that up. It might be tough, and some of the jokes might get a little recycled here and there. Because honestly, a lot of successful shorts that I've seen, some of them like repeat like material and stuff. And I'm not going to really do a lot of that. I just have like one short that is like has like a new tip, and then it has like one of the jokes I've already released that I might release again. Maybe I might wait a little bit longer, wait till it gets forgotten a little bit. But basically, after a short's run for like 48 hours, it's dead. No one watches it again. So it's like, I think it's okay to reuse stuff sometimes, because, but whatever. I am trying to go for the consistency thing, basically, and see if that helps. YouTube Hive, let's go, Profits. Welcome over to YouTube. I see you on both Twitch and YouTube. Let's go. It's probably good if you rush it as little as possible. Growing on Twitch is good, and breaking into it without the game being seriously good is hard. I got you up all over. No, it is hard. It really is hard. Well, the thing is, I've never done it before. I've only ever built games for clients, you know, because I was building Flash games, and they were always pleased, and the people that played it seemed pleased, but I'd never done a game fully on my own volition and own design and stuff like that. So, but I know how to come at it with a lot of integrity, like I did for my clients all those years. And so it's like, I know I can make it stable and good with enough love. And I feel that way about the art too. So it's just a matter of putting my effort in the right places at the right time, and just keep moving forward. It's going to come together. But no, I've been steadily growing on Twitch this past year since I've been making this game. And it was funny because when I first started doing game dev and streaming specifically to the game dev category, I had my viewers of the time. I only had like a few viewers at the time, and they were all like, none of them were used to me doing game dev, and they were literally discouraging me from like doing the game. They're like, why don't you play games anymore? Like, why are you doing this? Like, what's wrong with you? Like, and I'm just like, I don't know what it is, but I have to do this right now. And I didn't ever look back. Like, it's almost a guarantee that if you start something, there's going to 100% be someone or a bunch of people that are just going to be like, no one fucking cares about what you're trying to do. You should do something else that interests me. You know, it's like, fuck them. Do the thing that you believe in, that you like want to do. And you have to believe in it and push on it until they actually see that what you're doing actually is pretty cool. Moleskio, thank you for the follow. It's one of those things that people don't have the foresight. They can't see the vision that you see. And you have to like take the time and put it together. If you believe in the vision, give it enough time, give it enough love, know it'll be good, then do it. You know? At least that's what I've been told from game dev friends. Growing on Twitch is good, and breaking into it without the game being seriously good is hard. LLMs honestly have great concepts on business models and how marketing works. You know what it is? Like, I think I have a general good understanding of marketing. I'm I've only been working on making shorts for like the past 9 months or less. So that's a relatively new thing for me. So I've just been making my mistakes and trying to figure it out. And so that I think I'm starting to get it. But I am dialed in when it comes to streaming. I've done streaming for a long time, so like I know what the deal is, but making a game that's like appealing to a lot of people, that's going to be interesting. That's something that's based on, you know, you got to do the Ryan Reynolds. Basically, you got to get people playing the game and doing like I've heard about like Ryan Reynolds. He does like a lot of like market research, and he's always trying to like curate the perfect like testable thing, you know, like the thing that passes everyone's test, like everyone's whatever. Everything has to pass the vibe check. And I haven't really been doing that up until now. I'm like starting to do that now. And I think you need to start understanding within the realm of what you offer. How does that correlate? Where's there overlap between what you offer, what you can do, and what people like? But don't get caught in that trap of thinking you always have to do something that pleases people. But if you want to make money, live off of game dev, you're going to have to make something appealing. So it's like, you gotta make something for the people and not lose yourself in the process. But I think we can all agree on a lot of games that we both like, you know, that we all like. There's a lot of common ground. You dropped playing games also to fulfill what I wanted to do and to learn. Much happier today and even enjoying what I'm doing and learning as well. Hell yeah. Focus on the 70% was the takeaway. Oh, wait, sorry. I read the takeaway before I read the other part. I heard something good from someone. 20% will love your game no matter what. 10% will not care about your game. 70% have never heard of your game or something like that. Focus on the 70%. Yeah, like my goal right now is like, I don't believe that I'm going to make necessarily like the game itself is going to be something that like attracts people in droves. And I think what I am trying to do is make it so that once you play the game, you're locked in and you like it, you know? So like once you've like given it a shot, you've opened the demo, you're like, damn, this is like a well-crafted game. It's fun. And I want to see what this guy does next. That's what I'm hoping to achieve, so that like as people play the game, I sort of pick them up and they want to like follow on the journey with me. And that's like, to me, like the worst case scenario. Hopefully at the very least I can achieve that, so that once people give the game a chance, they're into it. And I'm going to really, you know, rely on like feedback from y'all to like help me improve it and make it as interesting as possible. And most of all, it's like I'm trying to figure out ways to make the game creative and make cards kind of interchangeable in a way, like and do things to like make it so you can kind of invent your own strategies, so that there's a creative element to how the game is played. And I'm hoping to make it so that it isn't just a cut and dry, simple way to like play the game. But that'll make sense once it gets further along. I'm not going to like talk too much about it yet. But I'll tell you what, Medusa, I am focusing on the 70%. I think for me, it's about the 90% For the people that have been like on this journey with me so far, they've been really cool and have enjoyed like my art and stuff like that. And I just hope that we can, you know, keep building on that and find a way to, I just think it'd be really cool, especially for the people that have hung around and supported me, if I'm able to have like a viral moment or make it big, to just kind of prove to everyone who's supported me up to this point that we can go the distance, you know. But I'm just out there like fishing, like every day. I got my like bait and my fishing pole out in the ponds, like waiting for something to bite. And so I'm just gonna keep fishing, man. Keep trying. But I digress. We're about to go to ads. I'm gonna start looking for someone to raid. When we come back from raid or come back from ads, I'm gonna say a proper goodbye. We're gonna do our final farewells and start getting ready to move on with our lives. I've got to rest. I'm not going to finish up this meteor. We got pretty damn far today. I'm really proud of what we did today. We've really got a lot of shit done, and we talked about a lot of interesting stuff. Honestly, like today before I streamed, I was like very trepidatious, feeling like overwhelmed, and then I just forced myself to just get on, and as always, hanging out with you guys, it's so much easier than like for whatever reason, like I feel stressed going online sometimes, but it's like never because of you guys. Like whenever I'm hanging with you guys, chatting with you guys, it always like is stimulating and makes me feel good. And like I think I'm just stressed out by the sheer amount of work that I need to get done to get this trailer out, and I'm just like, I just want to like crawl into a ball and do nothing. But it's always like really motivating to have people like chill and be working on their stuff, and it helps me keep going because it's hard, man. It's a lot of stuff. This scene looks so cool. I would really like to see the camera shake when this meteor hits. Here, I'll show you the example one. I have like a mock-up of what the screen shake will look like once it's in the game. So I can give you that payoff right now. Let me just locate it real quick. Where are you? You got the rumble. It's with a little bit older art, but here you go. You guys ready? You guys ready for the rumble? There you go. That one's for you, Rudy. Awesome. Let's go, Coden. Thank you so much again for those gifted subs, man. And we got a choo-choo. I know, you're fucking badass. Let's go. What was our choo-choo emote? I don't even know how to look those up. I don't know how to get out of this screen. Oh, there we go. Please show me. It's here, man. You shit. My satisfaction. There will be multiple hits of the meteor. It's not going to just be the one meteor. So it's just going to be like a rumble, like a bunch of rumbles. Perfect rumble. Adds a lot of impact. It really, yeah, like I feel good about it. And it's just going to be the grass layer, like the backgrounds doesn't do anything. like the starry sky stay static, and I think that's, you need like something to anchor it so that the shake feels even more impactful, I think. I don't know. It's just how the AoEs are going to work. There's going to be that like background right behind the grass layer, and that's going to be like, you know, just that action moment. But yeah, there's that. And we were this is just with the updated art. So we changed the art so that now it's like this nice like hard pixel design, but I still got to go in and like add like transparency and stuff like that. Let's all thank you for the follow. Welcome in. So I think I'm gonna look for someone to raid now, guys. It's been really fun hanging out, but I'm pretty sure I've been streaming for like at least an hour. So I should probably look for someone to raid. Gotta look for someone to raid. Yeah, yeah. Aruno, thank you for the follow. So I stream Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and I'm always just building this game, Woods of War. So check it out on Steam if you guys want to wish list it. If you're into tower defense card games, it's actually a deck builder game, and it's tower defense. So it's a hybrid. It's a beautiful little hybrid, and more to come. You know, we're slowly piecing the thing together. Little by little, pittle by pittle, and by pittle I mean pixel, pixel by pixel. It's many pixels. I wish I could like measure how many pixels I've drawn at this from this like start of this process to now. Because I have done a lot of pixel art. I have done so much. I think we got to hit up the captain. Oh, guys. Oh, I'm so tired. 10 hours of stream. I just saw it. The game looks awesome. Not my genre, but as a pixel artist, I really appreciate the art style. I wish you luck with the game. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you checking it out. If you don't mind giving it a wish list, even if you don't want to buy it, like the wish listing alone, I need to get it like a bunch of wish lists so that when I do release the game, Steam gives me an extra algorithm push. And it's really just trying to get those wish lists in so that people that, you know, Steam says, oh, enough people wish listed it, we can like push it out to other people. And it's like a pretty high number, and I'm not even close to it. So just a little without, like, you don't have to get it, just wish list. It'd be great. Be really helpful. I'm just clawing my way slowly to the finish line. And it's not even the current screenshots. Like the game already looks pretty different. Here, Arena, let me show you. We'll raid in a minute here. But the game is already like starting to look different. But yeah, it's a deck builder, tower defense. So it's like a hybrid. And that's probably like a pretty niche hybrid too, because not everyone's a tower defense lover, and not everyone is a, you know, deck builder enjoyer. So it's like a niche within a niche. So you get your initial hand here, and you take these cards and you drop them on the different nodes to build up like your weapons and your different defenses and stuff. So here we got steel tooth saw, and here I got a steel trap, and I'm gonna stick the thorn blade there, and we'll do piranhas. Piranhas is like both a projectile and melee class arcana. Oh, the trap you have to manually reset. It's kind of a high maintenance card. Oh, actually, we got to aim back this way. Kill the dragon. So you can be looking like left and right. We got the dragon rider over here and the stormcaster. And then here we got a couple of trolls and the orc. So you can click on Arcana directly to upgrade them or heal them or sell them back if you wish. And every 15 seconds you get it's actually about 12 seconds, you get another card. And you're constantly dealt cards. So it's like a speed deck builder. So you're constantly trying to when you upgrade your Arcana's heal, but like, yeah, you're just trying to stay alive. And the whole point of this game was to make it a simple scope so that I wouldn't have to make like tons of maps and stuff, so that I could get through developing this game within like a year's time. It's already been a year. Come on. And I have like another year to another 6 months plus to go. So if you get a repeat of the same card, so I got another steel tooth saw here, I can just place it on the existing steel tooth and it'll upgrade it. And currently you can upgrade stuff to rank 3. And here I got a death flower. When you kill enough dudes, you get a death flower. And that's how you unlock your AoE cards. So I can then take like Raging Roots is the only one that has the art completed. That's what the Meteor is. The Meteor's an AoE card. So then you take like this only affects ground units, but you take that and it hits like every enemy for a lot. And then here I got a barricade, put that up. It's like a defensive wall. Just a bunch of cards, do a bunch of stuff, and it's tower defense. You're just trying to maintain stuff and play your like randomly dealt cards. So you have to survive based on the cards that you are handed in the order that they're given. But you do get to curate your deck. And as you play the game, you like unlock more cards. And you try to figure out. So right now we've been working on the Meteor Storm animation. That's what the Meteor Strike is. But currently I just have like an FPO for it, like just a stand-in animation. I got another Thorn Blade here. Get that rank 3. We're killing so many dudes. We're getting constant AoEs here. Life Drain. This one's going to be like draining HP from enemies, and then it'll heal your weapons. I haven't coded that one yet, but that'll be a good one. This is currently, I added this is not like a real level. I added like an insane amount of enemies just to kind of test the upper limits of everything. But anyways, that's the game in a nutshell. And it is designed to be like smaller scopes so that like I'm not infinitely crafting it for all time. I know also that you need 10 reviews so the Steam will put you on Steam page or something like that. That sounds about right. Man, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Can't wait for the implement the meteor attack animation. That's going to be sick. So that's happening in the next day or so. Actually, on Wednesday, I'll probably be programming it, but I'm going to try to complete the rest of the art tomorrow. And I might start implementing it tomorrow, but I'm sure I'll be refining it on Wednesday. And then once we get that in, then I just have to like fix a few leaves up in the background, get them animated, and then that should be it. I should have everything I need to get the trailer going. I really wish I had the Goblin Bomber done. That's gonna be the very next thing we work on. We got to work on the Goblin Bomber. I was planning to finish the rest of the AoEs, but I think I might shift gears and then finish that enemy type first. Because he's actually going to be a relatively simple enemy type. There's not going to be a ton of interactivity with him because he's just going to come in and like bomb shit and explode. So that's going to be a fun one to put together because he's basically a creeper, except he's fast. Gotta get your kids off to school. Have a good day, Whiskey. Thanks for hanging out, man. Just doing parent stuff. That's good to hear, man. Well, guys, actually, let me double check here. Make sure he is still hanging out. All right, we're gonna raid the captain, and I am going to be back on Wednesday. But we have a special outro tradition here. So we're going to stop this. We are going to play our outro music that we usually do. And it's here on Twitch that you can hear it. Everywhere else, on TikTok and on YouTube, you'll hear the normal lo-fi music. But here on Twitch, we got a little ritual here as we end. And that's playing nice music. Coden, thanks again, man, for those gifted subs. It's always good to hang, man. I'll be back on Wednesday, and I'll be releasing a short on Wednesday as well. See you later, lol. Aruno, thank you for hanging out, man. Really appreciate that wish list. You guys are awesome. Speaking of wish lists, let me pull the link up so that I can give it to Captain. So let's go hang out with Captain. He is educational coder, and he looks like he's working on something that looks like Doom, like a Doom mod or something. I don't know what he's doing, but hopefully he'll be streaming for a bit. Seems like he's been going for 3 hours, so it should be going for a little bit longer. And yeah, as always, thank you guys for watching, and you know, see you on the other side. Have yourselves a good week. Get exercise. Drink water. Sleep. Good sleep hygiene is everything. Look it up. Eat your vegetables. All right, we're on our way. See you on the other side. Goodbye, YouTube. Goodbye, TikTok. Goodbye, everyone.